This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. On my ride, I feel alive, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucci telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 on Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they plays. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. It's Palace Mob and tonight we get
Listen, I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. The level with funds is tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigot and swiftly he shined the mug. That city a pity with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua.
What's good? What's good? 25 to Life Testimony TV family. Let me make sure I'm y'all can hear me. Make sure I'm live in effect. Let me make sure my mic sounds nice. Check 1. Alright. So y'all let me know if y'all can hear me out there in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the building already. Zayana, Lara, Maya. Shout out to Yahaka9 and Wyatt. Shout out to everybody in here so far. Alright, we just getting started. I pushed the go button a little louder. Zayana said, we can hear you. Check 1. All right, that's what's up. Shout out to Dara Shah. All right, so shout out to Phyllis Richards in the building. We got North Carolina, South Carolina. We got California. We got Oregon. We got the Bronx, New York City. We got Texas. We got things in the building so far. All right. Shout out to Maya in the building. All right, so we getting started. Usually I start about 8:40, but I pressed the go button a little early tonight, kind of on time a little bit tonight. So tonight I'm going back. We actually gonna go back a little bit. So we gotta go back to I'm going back to high school. I was probably around maybe 15, yeah, maybe 14, probably 14. I think this might have been before I had my car, so I might even been 13. This before I had my first car, so I was probably about 13. All right, 13 or 14. All right. So yeah, the part that I'm going, way back was before. All right. So tonight's story is doing one. It's a double whammy. It's going out to a New York City legend, my big brother, Bo, known as Rambo. Now, y'all know in any hood, in anywhere in the world, in any ghetto, if you got a brother and his name is Rambo, y'all already know what time he on, right? Y'all already know what time that is, right? There's certain things that's in the hood that just is autonomous. It's just identical no matter what neighborhood you go, right? Like any neighborhood you go to, if you see Martin Luther King Boulevard, Drive, Street, Courts, Projects, or anything with Martin Luther King, you in the hoodie hood. So to my other nations of people that's out there, my whites, my Asians, and all those different nationalities of people, you driving on your little family trip and vacation, wherever you see, right? Wherever you see Martin Luther King something, you know how y'all, you got your little map quest or your little phone and everything, and you see like, honey, you're like, we should be all right. We're in Martin Luther King's complex. Martin Luther King was all about, he was all about love and change and inclusion. So we safe here. Let's go to this diner right here on Martin Luther King Avenue or Boulevard. We saved Martin Luther King. He was all about peace and nonviolence, right? News flash to all my other nationalities of people in the world. If you in any place and you see Martin Luther King anything, a block, neighborhood, name of the courtship, the apartment complex, whatever you is, you are not safe. I want to throw that out there to y'all. You are not safe. You are in danger. That is the hoodie hood. All right. So And same thing. You ever see Malcolm X? But whether you expect that, you see Malcolm X Boulevard. But most of them don't know. Wherever you see Martin Luther King anything, that is not the suburbs. Okay? All right. So, I don't know how I got on that part, but whatever. Whatever. That's just a insight for y'all. All right. So, we're going back. All right. So, first thing I want to talk about is I seen a picture. First of all, I was talking about Rambo. Anybody with that's where it was. Anybody that got the name Rambo in the hood. You understand? If someone got a name Terror or Rambo or some type of, just understand, you better know that they earned that name in the hood. You understand? There's some earning that went with that name. It doesn't apply across the board 1,000,000%, because I keep thinking of this because RIP to my boy Killer. So I had a boy in the projects Parkside named Killer. Now Killer wasn't like a killer. You know what I mean? Killer was actually a good dude. He was a big dude. He looked like a killer. He definitely looked like, but Killer wasn't a killer. Killer was a big what they call him, a big teddy bear. You know what I mean? Killer was cool, right? Not taking no points from Killer or nothing like that. But with a nickname Killer, you would think, he was a killer. Like you would have to run for your life, and you didn't. You were probably more safe with Killer than you would have been with some dude who probably was named, a dude named Nice, right? Because it'd be a dude named Nice in the hood, and he a killer. But Killer is actually a big teddy bear. So I have to point that out, because they can and what the system has done is they will paint us with a broad stroke for our nicknames in the hood, and it doesn't apply. So like in the hood, a big dude, a big fat dude, he'll be nicknamed Tiny, right? Or Lils or something. And a real skinny dude will be nicknamed Bigum or Fat Boy or Fats or something like, right? It could be, that's why Biggie Smalls' name was Biggie Smalls, right? So sometimes the things be reversed, but more than less than more, less than more than less than more. Let me get this correct. Let me get this right. More than not, the names apply. So just a rule to anybody that's wasn't born in the hood. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So-called black people too, because some of y'all were born in decent neighborhoods or suburbs and stuff like that. If you ain't from the hood, it'll do you well to just think that every name applies, because you don't want to make the mistake. You don't want to run the risk of meeting a Rambo and you thinking, well, he's Rambo. That's Sylvester Stallone. Maybe he's a nice guy. Sylvester Stallone was a nice guy in real life. No, you might want to think his name is Thor or Rambo or Trigger or Murder P or something like that. You might want to be like, oh, I'm gonna just assume that this is valid. That'll do you well. All right. So anyway, they messing with my thing. Come on, bro. Don't mess with this show. I ain't got too many things open. All right, now it's back. All right. So now the I want to say this before we get started. Shout out to Rambo. Shout out to Bo. He's so for Laria from the Bronx, we going back to Roosevelt again, Laria. We going back to Nassau Road. Rambo is a Nassau Roadian. He is a Roosevelt villain, Roosevelt strong out. All right. So anyway, there was I seen, and he messaged me, because I messaged him, let him know I'm doing the story. And Big Bo, all right, shout out to Reese Collier in the building. Shout out to Big Reese. Big Bo messaged me and said, he said, because I messaged on his thing and like I wasn't sure if that's Bo on his Facebook, because you know people be putting up fake Facebook sites. Not saying he would do it, but people be doing it for other people. So I messaged. I said, if this is really Bo, I'm doing the story, and he said, yeah, this me, Ra. And he said salute to everybody, and he said thanks for doing the story on him. Of course, Bo, freaking legend, Bo. All right, so anyway, we call him Bo for short. For everybody from Hempstead and Roosevelt, everybody from Strong Island, you might be from Queen, you could be from anywhere to know Bo. All right, especially if you've been in some type of any type of New York State prison systems, Elmira, Coxsackie, Attica, Sing Sing, the Adirondacks, wherever, Clinton, Maine, anywhere, Southport, or anywhere. Not saying Bo was in Southport. I hope he didn't go to the box, but yeah, I'm quite sure Bo is known all around the world, and we call him Bo for short. That's Rambo. All right, now I want to. Larry, y'all said, "Oh, Nida, Larry, what you know about? You was sending packages up there. Some of your homies was up there. All right, so now there was another. There's probably Rambos in every ghetto in the hoods in the world, right? They're probably Rambos. There's a famous Rambo in New York City, and for those who follow the channels that talk about shout out to Kent Richardson in the building. Shout out to Kent. And shout out to Eric Hudson too. Big E. I had seen another live I did. Big E did a like and I didn't see it. Big E was my student when I was the God Rashawn. Big E was huge. Big E, the big football player. He played for Temple University in Philly. Big E, man, Big E was huge. I don't know. Big E was like, I'm gonna tell another story when I go back. Shout out to Big Eric Hudson. Eric with an A. All right, so I just remember. So and for those who follow the YouTube New York City DVD era, crack era, street legend stories with like Preacher, Supreme Team, Fat Cat, Rich Porter, and Alpo, and all these famous New York City dark street legends, ex-drug dealer, kingpins, all that type of stuff. There is one Rikers Island dark street legend from the Bronx, and his name was Rambo. They called him John Rambo. That's the name. The character in the movie that Sylvester Stallone played was John Rambo. So the one from the Bronx and Rikers Island, he was John Rambo, and he was a street legend too in New York City. But this is not that John Rambo. This Rambo here, no disrespect to the Bronx legend John Rambo. The Rambo I'm about to tell y'all a story about tonight, John Rambo definitely wouldn't have wanted no smoke with this Rambo. No disrespect. I heard the stories that John Rambo was official from the Bronx. And if he's still alive, shout out to John Rambo from the Bronx. Dark street legends, not promoting darkness. It's just what it was. Certain history is still written. Whether it's good history, bad history, light history, dark history, is still written. Right? There was a slave trade that our ancestors went through, and we were beaten and tortured on. That's still history. It doesn't mean history don't mean it's a still legendary story. Legend ain't synonymous with light and good. So people get out your feelings. I used to have people say, why are you calling them legends? Because they're dark legends. Legend ain't got synonymous with good. A legendary thing is something that resonates through people's lives, and the stories are told about it. Legendary stories, huge stories about it. All right. So now the Rambo in the Bronx from the Rikers Island street legend Rambo, he was like a diesel dude, regular size. But the Rambo I'm talking about from Roosevelt, Strong Island tonight, Big Bo, I think at his biggest, I seen him, he was about, I don't know, one of y'all about 6'7". Bo's up there. I think he's bigger than 6'5", maybe 6'5", because he used to hang with another big dude called Big D, and Big D was almost 7 foot tall. That is so unfair. Genetics, the Most High did not give out genetics fairly. That is so unfair, Rambo. So unfair, bro, that you can be that doggone big. I used to want to be that big. So Big D was like 6'11" or something. And these dudes was big working out. And I remember Bo used to be with him, and he wasn't too tall under him. So Bo had to be about somewhere about 6'7" somewhere. But this Rambo I'm talking about is like 6'7", and the biggest I seen him probably 350 pounds. 6'7", 350 pounds. And agile. Y'all hear that part? And move like he 180 pounds. That's a dangerous combination to be 350 pounds, about 6'7", but agile and could fight. That ain't fair, Rambo. That ain't fair, y'all. That ain't fair. Why I can't get none of that? I used to want to be about 6'7" and all that. Right? All right. So anyway, now, when I was on the Facebook doing something, OE, James McKnight, OE. I seen a picture because that's Facebook is so dope. You see people you ain't seen since you was since for 30 years or something, right? And I see something, and it says something. It was a post from a James McKnight. I guess it was his birthday, and he was thanking God that he's still here and everything. And I looked at the picture, and I'm like, hold up. Is that? And I could not remember the name. I don't know why, because I'm like, James McKnight. I'm like, who? And then I scroll. I like, let me scroll. And I look, and someone said, OE. And I'm like, that is OE. Now, OE. OE. Hold on. I had to grab a picture. I want to show y'all. So, and then we're going to get into the story. I just seen him. Happy birthday, OE. I'm glad to know you still out there kicking it. So this is up to date. This is a picture of OE. Right? Hold on. Let me see what y'all see. All right, there you go. Let me make it a little bigger. So this is OE. Oh, that's Flav. I didn't know who that was. I got a story with Flav. So that's OE right there. The one with the glasses on. Right? Y'all see that face? That OE used to have us in stitches crying, laughing. OE was so funny. And that's Flav. I got a story about Flav too coming. Shout out to little Flav. All right? Now, this dude OE, y'all see his face? Yo, I'm laughing just thinking about OE. OE, him, it was two of them, him and Meech, Black Meech. I know he looked funny, right? Him and Black Meech, they used to drink 40 ounces. So his nickname is Old English, right? OE, because that's what, every time you see them, they used to cuff a 40 ounce of beer. This is the Old English days. This is the crack era. And they would have it like a baby in their arms like this. They would walk around. I swear, everybody from Hempstead know what I'm talking about. Reese is straight comedy. They would walk around, Reese, you remember this, with the Old English bottle like this, like a baby in their arm, and they wouldn't hold it with their hand. They would walk around like this all day and night long. I'm talking about they would never be seen without a 40 cuffed to Lil E is in the building. Lil E said, OE brother Wild Child just passed away. RIP to OE brother Wild Child. So they would keep a 40 ounce cuffed like a baby, right? Cuffed of Old English, right? And they would drink. They was the drinkers, right? It used to be CeeLo games at the projects. This is the crack era, right? And Meech was known, Black Meech. Black Meech was known for snapping, this was the days of snapping, cracking jokes on you, snapping on you. That's what we call it, snapping, cracking jokes. The dozens, like your mama and this and that, you know. So yeah, that was their bag. But Meech was funny Meech was funny in a comical way, in a really strategic, funny way, right? Oh, Meech is there too. R.I.P. to Meech. I didn't know Meech was there. R.I.P. to Black Meech. And OE, them two was his sidekick. And you could not see Meech without OE. And now OE, oh my goodness. OE have you see how his head is back a little? He have his head back and he look out the bottom of his eyes. You know, if they have a head back and he look at you like this out the bottom of his eyes. Now, they would always snap, but OE was funny because when OE would snap, he would be like, "You're raw, you're raw, you're raw," right? And the way he would talk, it was the way he talked, the way he looked at you, and he would say stuff just the off the wall, craziest stuff in the world that would have you in, like, literally. I don't care if you can snap, if you can't, how he said it, how he looked when he's saying it, and he would laugh at the joke, and you would be on the floor. It's like, do not try to snap on OE. He'd be like, oh, he'd be like, oh, you try to snap, and he never look at you, right? So he's looking out the bottom of his eyes, right? He's looking at the bottom of his eyeballs. It's funny, his head back, and you're like, oh, you trying to snap? You trying to snap? And then he would say something. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. Let me turn my mic down. Thank you, Zayana. I wanted to say that because OE, man, oh man, so many nights of laughter and CeeLo games at the projects and just walking around and everybody, you're raw, you're raw, you're raw. It's always a you're raw. Everybody like, you're raw, you're raw. Oh my goodness, OE. All right, so shout out to OE. I just need to do that. And that's him and Lil Flav. I didn't know that was Flav. All right. So my mic is down. All right, cool. Now let me come back. Let me get back to tonight's story. So I just had to do that. Lil E said facts. Yeah, OE was the funniest dude in the world. And you never seen them without they 40. They come walking up, here they come. With their crew, him meeting them, oh my goodness, doing nothing but snapping. That's it. All day, all night, Campbell Park, Lincoln Park, whatever. They snapping. All right, so hold on. I wrote something so I don't forget. Let me do this, because now we're getting started with the story. Rambo from the Bronx, I did. OE. Oh, so there was, in the hood, in the ghettos, in the crack era, there was E. Harley said, Cuzzo said, X said, what's up? Which one, Dialex? If you're talking about Dialex, tell Dialex I said one love, my brother. Shout out to X. Oh, and Unique and Dow Burgess and Darren Burgess are doing Stop the Violence thing in Hempstead for this summer. So they got a program. Once I get it right, I'll promote it next week. Shout out to Dow Burgess, Darren Burgess, and Daddy Unique, Mark Jackson. They're doing a program to have a safe summer for no killings in Hempstead and stuff like that. So I'll be promoting that movement. Shout out to those elders for putting that together. All right. Laria said OE looks funny and Flav looks angry. Opposites. Yeah, that's so funny. All right. So now, the back to my boy Rambo. All right, here we go. Let me stop sharing that. Shout out to OE. All right. So now let me present, share screen, window, bang. Shit. All right. Let's rock and roll. This the thumbnail. And the title was something like Rambo and Norm T. Dark Street Legend. Crack era, during the crack era, 25 to Life TV. Now, the thumbnail, pretty dope if I should say so myself. This is actually Rambo. Thank you, Laria. Rambo and Norm T. I got the title right. So this is actually true picture of Bo nowadays. That's Big Bo, right? I cut some of the, if I had the picture, if I did the full picture, I had to cut it to make the thumbnail. Y'all could see the size of his shoulders and stuff. You look at his neck, this Big Bo, right? Now, I put the image of this truck. Y'all see this truck? That like O.J. Simpson white Ford Bronco, right? But Rambo had one of these. And everybody who know Bo, they remember Bo and this big white Bronco, this big white truck. All right. Now, so I fixed, this is the movie title for Rambo. I grabbed that. And then I grabbed the actual Sylvester Stallone Rambo dude. That's Rambo from the movie. For those who ain't seen the movie, It was called First Blood, the first one. Rambo. That's John Rambo from the movie. Now, there were certain movies that influenced the hood, the ghetto during the crack era and the heroin era, from the 70s into the 80s into the early, into the 90s. There were certain movies that thank you, Larry. I should say the thumbnail's fire. There were certain movies that influenced the hood. There was movies, I'm gonna go back a little. There was movies called karate movies, and Bruce Lee, right? Bruce Lee was the first Asian man to get a ghetto pass in the hood. Bruce Lee was at the cookout with us. Bruce Lee was black. We adopted Bruce Lee, that little Chinese man. I don't know if he's Chinese, Japanese, whatever. That little Asian man. We adopted him in the hood. He had a ghetto pass. He sure enough had a cookout pass. Bruce Lee. Now, when we was little kids in the projects in the 70s, in the early 80s and stuff, we grew up on Bruce Lee. And Bruce Lee, we would be fighting. We doing karate in the hood. Now, in the I think it was the 80s or something, they put these movie theaters up in the ghettos, and we had one in Hempstead Movie Theater, and they had these little movies for 99 cents, I think it was. 99 cents or 89 cents or something like that. You can go to a movie and see it. And so the karate movies were strong in the hood. That's the movies that affected the ghetto, our life of the children of the slaves put into these ghettos across America. I'm just going to only speak for America, and these projects and these communities and these ghettos, right? These lower income, what's the names? No, it wasn't on Main Street. Hempstead Movie Theater was on Fulton. It was on Fulton, across from the park, across from that park that leads to the police station that used to lead to the bus terminal. Yep, it was on Fulton, And so now, not the one on Main Street. That's the one. No, this before that, This when you a little E. Oh, I forgot about the one on Main Street. No, that was later. I forgot about that movie theater, E. No, this was you, E. I think you was a baby. You was a baby. I'm not even sure. You was probably born, but you was a baby. So there was a Hempstead theater on Fulton. It's the first Hempstead movie theater. And this this definitely, you was definitely a baby, little E. So this so the karate movies is where we used to come out of the movie theater, and all you see when that movie theater let out, all you see is these little black kids fighting. We used to fight our way home from the movie theater to the projects, Parkside Projects, kicking and fighting. And then I think one of the next set of movies, I ain't going in chronological order, that had an effect on the hood was the karate movies like the Five Deadly Venoms. That's where you get Wu-Tang Clan from, right? Five Deadly Venoms, the ones are where they talk when the drop. They talk and their mouth don't meet the thing, and they used to have the long braids. The Five Deadly that really had an effect. Five Deadly Venom karate movies started to come. That's before when they had the little Channel 5. They put the karate movies on Channel 5 every day. Yeah, the Shaolin brothers. Come on, Reese. He said the Shaw brothers joints and the Shaolin. See, that's where Wu-Tang come from. That's where they got that from. Because with the New York, we was all about karate. We was kicking and punching everything, right, Reese? Everybody just thought they knew karate. Now, another genre of movies that had an effect in the hood, I'm just gonna skip around. One was called let me see. I should have wrote them down. I know one was Scarface. Oh my goodness. Scarface was one. Scarface came out. That's what turned us to really wanting to be drug dealers in the hood. The Serpent Seed, they know that. They introduced these movies like that. These things are strategic. That's what y'all need to understand, that. They're strategic. So Scarface has such an impact on the hood that it introduced us to be able to thinking we can have empires from selling drugs. These are things that the kids in the ghetto was influenced by. Another one that came out later was what's the one with Nino Brown and what's that thing called with what Wesley Snipes played in it. Somebody write it. That one, Nino Brown and them. That was another one, but that was a little later, because I think that was in the 90s. The Godfather movies, not for us in the hood. The Godfather movies didn't. Nope. Zayana, that they were cool. We watched them, but nah. New Jack City, that's it, Reese. Nah, Zayana. I'm talking about the ones that influenced us in the hood. Yeah, Justo. New Jack City, Scarface, the karate movies. These things changed the life of us in the hood, for good, or whether it was for good or for bad. All right. And also Rambo, the first Rambo. When Rambo came out, it was like we learned that you could, I don't know, because the way that Sylvester Stallone played Rambo, now Terminator, that's it. All the ones I named, that's it. To my Gentiles, sorry, I'm not 25 to life. My so-called other nations of people, this is no, don't even just add anymore. All the ones I said, that's it. Don't even try to add no more. Y'all just this is I'm actually teaching y'all our culture. So just listen, y'all gonna learn, right? Now, the reason why Rambo had an effect is it was because in the movie that Sylvester Stallone played, he was all in he was in the woods and the mountains. He was like, I remember we used to tie what's the name to the side of our head and let it hang down and be like, pull out a knife and Rambo. We was jumping in trees. We was like, because these things would influence us. So we play, I'm Rambo, like you like, and it was because it was like a survival. It was the survival thing that Rambo in the movie, the first one, was doing. I guess the second one too, was doing. So that's why you'll see some people from the hood named Rambo, right? That's why there's a Rambo in the Bronx. We got our Rambo from Roosevelt and Strong Island. Quite sure they got Rambos in Texas, Rambos in Atlanta, Rambo, right? So these are movies that influenced us, whether for negative or for positive. All right. Shout out to Victorious Ron in the building. Shalom, King. All right. So now, I wanted to point that out because these are why we get these names from. That's why I said if you ever in anybody's hood and you see somebody his name Rambo, 9 times out of 10, he about that life. 9 times out of 10, he crazy. Meaning he official. He puts it down, right? Because you got to wear that one. You ain't gonna be 9 times out of 10. You ain't gonna be named Rambo, and you ain't about it. That name, you ain't gonna be wearing that name like that. All right, so let's go. So 34 minutes in, not too bad. All right, so now Rambo, shout out to Bo, big Bo in the building from Roosevelt, Strong Island. We back in Roosevelt, we in Hempstead. Shout out to Norm T. I know some people at home, in New York and Hempstead, stuff like, how's Norm T? Oh yeah, let's go. And I mean the Norm T from Hempstead Crown Heights too, that Norm T. All right, so let me switch places with the thumbnail and let's get this started. Let's get this party started, guys. All right, hold on. Switch this, bang. I'm gonna share me and the thumbnail about to share real estate. All right, here we go. Me and my boy Big Bo. Let's go. All right, so let me make this small again so I can, I don't need it small. I'm not going to look at the comments. I'm not going to look, I'm not going to play the song. I was going to play the song. I ain't going to play no song. Let's get to the story. All right, so now when we in the hood, we don't start out. We don't always start out, It's like there's a project experiment that was done in the hood to our people, right? so-called black people in the hood. So we usually start out like this, right? Let me show y'all. Shit. This the 70s and the 80s and the 90s babies. We usually start out with crazy pictures that look like this. Right? Hold on. Let me do this differently. Let me share the real estate with the picture. There we go. We usually start out like this, right? Right? I know Bo gonna be like, Ra, Ra, you dirty. All right. So this right here, this is our school pictures. Now look at this school picture. It says Centennial School, 1975 through 76. All right. Class 1. Now these the black kids. This is how we used to look. And this is how we used to dress and everything. You see her ponytails? This is how the sisters used to look. They used to have one crooked ponytail on the side or something. Right? Look at the afro, the turtlenecks. Yeah, we always look crazy in our pictures. We look nuts. Look at that one, right? So, yeah. So this is we got crazy school pictures. They are not fun, no matter what. There's not no school picture. You're gonna look at the long socks all the way up to our knees and everything. We look crazy. We always look crazy. All right, there's no pictures that we got from this generation that will. I don't care how tough you are. I don't care how thug you are right now. I don't care what you did. You can, if somebody show your class picture, if you grew up in the 70s and 80s and they show your class picture, you look crazy. Facts. Right now we look crazy. Same thing gonna happen if this world go on 30 years from now. For the people who showed, they gonna look, especially these kids now with their little skinny jeans, looking pants hanging off their butt, and clothes looking tight like they struggling, looking crazy. They gonna look nuts too. Just understand. So anyway, we all started out this way, right? For us during the crack era and all this type of stuff, right? So when you look through the picture, so the sister who put this picture up, I think this is her right here on the corner. This her right here. You know why I think it's her? Because when she put this picture up on Facebook, because I was looking for a picture of Rambo so I can, have a picture. And she said, I used to think I was quiet. I guess she's quiet now. She said, but look at me with my mouth wide open. So she was like, so I said, this must have been her in the picture. She said she got her mouth wide open, right? So look at the sister here. She looked like she just as calm, right? She looked like probably a good girl. She could be sneaky. I don't know. You don't know. You got to watch those type, right? She looked like she could be calm, good girl, but she looked like she could also be sneaky, right? So you look at the pictures, right? So when I was looking through the pictures, watch this, guys. Look at this. Look how she looking at her. Y'all already know from the hood. I said, look how she looking at her. She don't like her. I'm like, either she looking at her or she looking at this one next to her. But it's on and popping, right? You know her mama probably got that school picture. I'm like, girl, why you wasn't looking and smiling for the camera or nothing? Why you looking at, right? Yeah, she is straight at 3 p.m. It's a fight at 3. Yeah, come on, Larry. Yeah, at 3 p.m. after school, it's on and popping. School fight. That's what we used to say. School fight. 3 p.m. It's on and popping. She gonna whoop some butt. She look like she from the projects too, right? She definitely from the hoodie hood. You know that look, right? All right. So anyway, I looked through. I said one of these is Bo, and I figured it out. That's Bo right there. Look at Bo. That little Bo. Look at him. Little innocent. Looking just as sweet. Looking just not sweet. I don't, put that on my boy. But looking just as nice and innocent. So I said we all start out just as innocent as we want to be. Right? Nice little boys. Look like he like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Right? I bet you he could fight then too. Right? All right. Yeah, she from the hoodie hood. You can definitely know she from the hoodie hood. Right? So I said, look at Bo. Starting out just as innocent. All right. Shout out to Roosevelt Strong Island. Now the last one, the funny thing is the last show we did on this channel, it was Centennial Park with Wild Man and Little E. That was the park that we went to that the Most High saved me and E's probably both of our life, because we definitely would have been the ones getting shot up in the park and Wild Man got killed. R.I.P. to Wild Man, right? That was Centennial Park. This is Centennial School. This is Roosevelt. So Rambo is from Roosevelt, Strong Island. I wanted to show y'all something. Dag, I didn't grab the clip. Sorry, guys. I wanted to show y'all a clip of Nassau Road. I was going to show y'all an updated clip of Nassau Road. Maybe I'll do it another time when I do another Roosevelt story, because I got some more Roosevelt stories coming later. All right, so I just wanted to I wanted to do that. I want us to have fun looking at the old school picture. And shout out to Lisa Turner. She just put up another old school picture of me. I'm going to show y'all eventually. She put up a 5th grade picture. Oh, my goodness. Boy, we used to play dodgeball. When I looked at that picture, the one Lisa Turner just put up of us, our 5th grade class, New York, Hempstead, I said, ooh, only thing I remember from that picture was dodgeball used to be a beast. Boy, Brian Morris, Dow Morris, Benny Tucker, boy, some of them had that swing. That dodgeball, I did not like dodgeball because I could throw it, but I don't know, my throw wasn't as hard as some of them. Boy, that ball will hit you. Our dodgeball class was beast mode. We from the project, we from the hoodie hood. That dodgeball was like all out war. It was like dodgeball. It's like they transform into monsters when dodgeball. I'd be like, yo, you know what? I'm good. I mean, I didn't like dodgeball. That ball hurt. Them boys hit hard. Yeah, they take your head off. That ball be going a million miles an hour. I'm talking about dodgeball in the hood is a different thing. They throw that ball like it's a doggone, it's a doggone grenade. I ain't like it either, my y'all. I ain't either. But when I seen what Lisa Turner posted, our 5th grade picture, the first thing I thought of was dodgeball was a beast mode in that class. Facts. Zayali said I had people throwing their arm out. I know, trying to kill one another. I don't know what made these teachers in school think it was okay to have us. Yabayan said ours was in beast mode too. I guess it was everywhere in the black community. I don't know about the white community. I don't know if y'all played dodgeball correctly, but in the hood, in the black community, dodgeball was like war zone. It was on, and I don't know what made them think that was okay to have dodgeball in the school. Yeah. All right. So anyway, all right, now let's get started. All right, so let me put my boy Bo back up on the screen and let's get started with the story. So present, share screen, window. There you go, share. You see? Now I need to share. There we go. I got to tell story. Shout out to the ghetto storyteller. I got that from the big dude cartoon. He said he the village storyteller. Storytelling is an art form. I'm thankful to have it. And now I'm getting honed in my skills. All right, let's go. Let's get this story started right. Shout out to Rambo out there. And so here we go. We're going to rewind. Everybody, we're going back to the 70s. I think we're in the 70s. Yeah, we either in the 70s or we're around 1980 or something, 81 or something like that. No, I think we're in the 70s. Sorry. So anyway, we on Parkside Projects, Hempstead, Strong Island. Now, I don't know when he moved there, and I don't know if he moved from Roosevelt, Long Island, Strong Island, or Hempstead, but somebody moved in our hood, and he lived on Maple Street, and he moved into this burgundy house. It used to be someone else's house. This house, where it was located on Maple Street, that's the woods, what I call woods, where the trees, that was the cut. Y'all know in the hoods you have a cut, right? That's when, in my story of Buck, when he chased me, the police officer chased me through the woods, and I ran to the crack house, in the crackhead's house, and I was slaying, and all the roaches was all over me. That woods, there was a house that the woods was next to. It was a burgundy house, and the woods. So that house was here, and then there was like what the woods was, where it's supposed to be a house next to it, 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 and then I think it was an apartment building that Buck owned, that little project type apartment building, and then another house, and then a corner store. But because these houses that were next to the Burgundy house were knocked down and nobody built them, it was like woods and trees. It was just and it went all the way from there to Elm Street, which later became the street that I was running back during the crack era, and I did my time for any crime committed. So, and the other story that I told when the police tried to shoot me and chase me through, that was those same woods, but I was running from Elm Street to across to Maple Street, the other direction. Same woods. Now this house was a burgundy house. Somebody else used to live there before then. This is probably around 1980, 79 something. This is early. We little kids. Before I had a car, I probably had to be maybe around 11 years old, 10 years old, or something like that. We young and we wild. And so a family moved into the house, and it was a young brother. He about a year younger than me, maybe a year or maybe 2 years younger than me. And even Rambo is. I didn't know that. And shout out to Bo. Found out Bo is a Scorpio, which makes all the sense in the world. Now, for those who awaken, we don't identify with the astrological signs, but I understand the sciences of it. It does have facts of some of the attributes that they assign to these astrological signs. Remember, they get these 12 signs and zodiacs. All this stuff comes from the celestial body and stuff. It comes from the Most High. So the darkness take it for sorcery. So I understand, like I don't identify, I'm not a Scorpio, but I understand the traits that are assigned to that Scorpion sign, what they say, some of those attributes are facts. So if you do know whatever they say your zodiacal sign is, and you know some of the attributes, they do be applying. But you got to make not become one with it, because they're trying to mark you for this thing, right? So when I seen, when I was trying to find pictures of Bo, and I saw that he was a November baby like me in a Scorpio, I said that makes sense why he's so doggone crazy. And the funny thing was, in that same post, when they was saying happy birthday to him, a sister wrote on that post, she wrote, "Oh my goodness, you're a Scorpio? Now that just explains everything." And she put laughing faces. And I said, because Scorpios are known. They're known for their attitude, their short, quick tempers, and they're explosive. They're a mess. A Scorpio can be a mess if he don't get his stinger under control. Now, these are symbolism. If you were born in this range. Now with these zodiac signs, you have both sides of it. So you'll have the other Scorpio under that sign. We're not identifying with the sign, but there's the ones like my little brother who are more calm and quiet, but they still crazy and explosive, but they're more reserved and quiet. But they still, if you push them, they lose it. Yeah, they're a hot mess. Scorpio's a real hot mess. Look, Ayabayan, that makes sense too, Ayabayan, from your personality type. That makes sense. You're what they call a Scorpio, right? And if y'all know my person, it makes sense with me too. People will be like, "Oh, you're no wonder you was a hot mess. You're a doggone Scorpio." Oh yeah, Scorpio woman. Oh my goodness, you don't. They say if a Scorpio man and a Scorpio woman got together, they would self-destruct, meaning it would be such an Yahakanan. No wonder, that makes sense that you are that too. See, once you find out, you start to know, the person, you be like, nah, that makes sense. That Yahakanan, that makes sense, you want to. They say if a Scorpio man and a Scorpio woman got together and had sex, they would just an explosion, boom, an atomic bomb. They're not supposed to be, they're not compatible. Right? Now, again, we're not identifying with, but I know the power and I know the truth in it, because I know the darkness takes this stuff and use it for sorcery. But remember, the darkness didn't create the signs, the stars, the celestial body, and all of that type of stuff. Right? No. Listen, daughter Yamashiana, I'm explaining now. I don't believe in zodiac signs. I just said, listen clearly, I just said they didn't create that. They're using it for sorcery. There are attributes that go with these Remember, they took zodiac signs, guys. I don't want to go through this. I'm going to just do it, touch it really briefly so people don't misunderstand. They took zodiac signs like they take everything else and they assign it to this thing and they place like sorcery over it. But they didn't create the celestial bodies. Remember, there's 12 signs, 12 tribes, 12, all these different 12s, right? 12 disciples and all this stuff. See, they understand the sciences and everything, right? So by a person being born during this time of the year, the celestial bodies, the lesser lights, these things have energies, and even the earth has energies and power points on the earth. That's why they build certain things. There's zones on the earth, there's portals on the earth. So when you understand the true science behind that, she said she came in at the end. That's why I'm explaining. When you understand the true science behind, you understand that you don't identify with it, but understand there's truths and lies and truths and all these different things. So they want you to identify. That's why people say, I am a Scorpio. I ain't no Scorpio. Because I don't know what type of spirit they placing over me, but I understand what they call Scorpion in that time frame of the celestial body and what it means at that time when the seasons, right? The earth and the sun and the moon is seasonal, and what it means and the powers on the planet and the things that it denote and the characteristics, right? So yeah, I disconnected from it too and understand, but I understand the attributes. So I understand that being born at this time in this earth, this second world, I have certain attributable things that describe me and my personality. And listen, guys, if I don't know it, then I won't be able to rebuke things. Remember, spiritual warfare, the things you fight against, you have to know the things so you can fight against it. So if I don't know that scorpions have a tendency, what they call scorpions have a tendency to be very jealous. They can be very, very possessive. They can be very, very revengeful. They can be vindictive. They're very strong lovers, powerful, very committed. They love hard, very loyal. So there's positive, negative attributes. And if you learn each one about your time frame that you was born in, then you can master, listen guys, you can learn to squash the negative traits that come with that season that you were born in and build on the positive traits. So what I had to do, I called it from a scorpion's tail, the stinger. I used to say I got my stinger in check, meaning, because I would, I don't play that. You ain't cheating on me. I'm like, so I learned to control it. So you have certain attributes, right? Now, again, so you don't identify with the thing, but my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. And just because the darkness took something and perverted it and made it sorcery doesn't mean I have to identify it, but I have to understand they are not the creators of anything. All right. Yes, Zayana said they would call me a Pisces and they are very sensitive. Yes, and she's very sensitive. So when you know this, you can know the areas you might need to strengthen in, the areas you need to control, right? That's why I said it makes sense when I found out Yabayan was one and Yahakanan is born in that time frame. And Rambo, I said, as soon as I said, of course you was. All right, now, that's enough of that. So anyway, let's get to the story. All right. So now, in the probably the late 70s, the early 80s on Parkside, this is coming from the heroin era into the crack era, but we young. I'm probably around 11 years old, 10 years old, something like that. And there was this house and I'll break that down on one of the Bible studies since I see that has an importance. So I need to do astrology and astronomy. See, that's what I mean. So there's sciences in those. Remember, the lesser lights, the sun, moon, and stars. These are Ryaks. All right. So let me do astrology. I'm going to do that on one of those Bible studies, one of the studies. We need to break that down. Bring some understanding. All right. Because I see that's very important. All right. So So in this Burgundy house on Maple Street, that's where the woods was beside it. So in this Burgundy house moved a family, and it was a young little light-skinned dude like me, my complexion, Well, we're not light skinned, but brown, lighter brown skin, right? It's my same complexion. And his name was Norman, and he became Norm T, right? Now, this, I wish I had the picture of Norm T. I didn't grab a picture of him. There was later a Norm T on Terrace Avenue, not that Norm T. This is the Norm T, the one that used to run with Warren Stiff, wooing him, that later became from Crown Heights, Hempstead, Strong Island. But Norm T, for everybody in Hempstead, from Norm T that represents Crown Heights and Hempstead, Strong Island. Hey, my brothers from the Heights. Shout out to Lucky Rod. No, my brothers from the Heights. Norm T was originally from Parkside. I know that'll blow people's mind. Like Norm T from the Heights, with Warren Stiff wooing them and all the Heights brothers. Yeah, Norm T is from Parkside. Now, I think he moved there. I don't know this. Norm will have to say it, or somebody else can write it. Somebody else from Facebook, they can write and say if Norm was from Roosevelt when he moved to Parkside. But Norm T moved on Parkside. He lived in the Burgundy house. This when Norm T was maybe around 9 years old or something. Little Norm T. And when you move, guys, when you move to any hood, any ghetto hood, you got to earn your respect. You have to put it down because they're little bad little boys and girls already established in that hood, and they're going to bring it to you. When you move to a hood, you're going to have to fight. It's just a rite of passage. You're going to have to earn your respect. You're going to have to earn your place if you're going to get a name. So you're going to have to fight no matter what. That's just ghetto 70s, 80s, even 90s politics in any hood. So when Norm moved in, they're going to try you over and over. They're going to try to take your money. They're going to try to take your bicycle. They're going to try to take everything you got. They're going to be trying, don't have no sneakers, don't have no Pro Kids or no Converse. We ain't call them Chuck Taylors. We call them Converses. Shout out to California. They call them Chuck Taylors. But Converses, 3-stripe Pro Kids or something like that. Oh yeah, you definitely. And then later when Puma and Adidas, oh yeah, that's a whole different. Yeah, let me hold something. Let me hold those sneakers. Let me ride your bike to the store. Don't get nobody your bike to ride nowhere. No, they ain't coming back with your bike. All right. So now, when Norm T moved in there, I remember because I'm very popular. I was a little tough little boy. And I was popular always because we were a rap group. I was rapping. I think that's when we started because I think I met Norm T. I think that was probably 11 years old, 12 years old. And that's, no, I started rapping before them, but we were already blew up. We were already, Yabba said, facts, she grew up in Watts. Oh, that makes sense too. That makes sense why you so gangster too, Yabba. She grew up in Watts, California. Shout out to Watts, California in the building, all right? Shout out to Young Humpty in the building when he watched this one too. Got a legend I'm talking about, Young Humpty, my boy Rambo, New York City dark street legend. All right, the only reason why I say dark because we went through a lot of dark things. But Bo wasn't. Let me get to the story. So I remember seeing Norm T, and Norm T, he was a little skinny. Shorter than me, little pretty boy, right? Handsome boy, right? Pretty, like handsome. I don't mean pretty boy. I don't mean pretty, but y'all know what I mean. Handsome features that girls would think he's cute type of thing, that type of thing, right? So, and you're going to have other problems with that. You're going to have a problem, period, but don't be a little, a boy that the girls think is cute. You're going to have extra problems, right? So I remember seeing him and everything, and I remember up there, and immediately we already got a crew. Once you see him, somebody going to fight you because they're going to test you. They want to see if you're a punk so they can take your money, take your clothes, take your bicycle and all that, right? So I just remember we was a crew up there. I don't remember who it was, but I remember somebody was like, I think he was riding on his little bike. He was on Maple and somebody like, yo, come here. And I remember he just rolled back over there. And they was like, who you? And I remember him looking. And he was little too. I remember him looking. And Norm could correct me, but I think I remember this correctly. And I remember him saying, what? Who you? With an attitude. Now it's like 5 or 6 of us. And we're bigger than him too, right? Because he's little. He's younger than me and he was small, skinny and everything. And he said, what? And he got off his bike. And he was little. He got off his bike. And he said, what? Who you? And I said, ooh, this little boy he a firecracker. I'm like, that was my first impression. I was like, he got heart. Because he literally ain't scared. And it's like 5 or 6 of us. And some of them are bigger. And the one who was talking to, I don't remember who it was. He was bigger than him though. And he was like, what? And he got off his bike. And you don't get off your bike. So they're going to take your bike. He got off his bike, put his kickstand down and like he ready to fight. And I was like, and I just remember when he talked, guys, when he talked, you could see he had a tooth missing in the front. He had a tooth missing, a gap, like a knocked out tooth. Now, in the hood in the 70s, I think it's the 60s, late 60s and the 70s, anybody that had a knocked out tooth, a tooth missing in the front that got knocked out, that was the toughest looking thing in the hood. Meaning you look like just a gangster. If you had a tooth missing, it was so bad that I wanted the tooth missing. I wanted to have a knocked out tooth, but I wasn't about to knock it out. Y'all know how much pain you got to go through to knock out your tooth, to knock it out? I wanted a knocked out tooth so bad because you want to look tough. Because the tougher older boys, the gangsters, they would have the knocked out tooth. And when they open their mouth, they're like, and they open their mouth and the tooth is missing. It's like, ooh. when a person's tooth is missing, it's like the crowd goes, ooh. Like, let's say it's going to be a rumble, right? And one dude come up, the other dude come up, and everybody's watching, and then one dude opens his mouth and say, what? And they got no tooth, and everybody go, ooh, and the crowd goes, ooh. He got a tooth missing. So I just remember Lil Norm T. This Norm T, guys, from the Heights. Lil Norm T, he said, what? Who you? And the boy had a tooth missing. And I said, ooh. I was like, ooh. I wanted to say, hey, how'd you get that tooth missing? What? How you get that? Right? Right? And I don't mean crack tooth. I meant the whole thing. It has to be a gap missing. Right? The tooth missing. So I think in the movie Cooley High, because remember, Cooley High, that's another famous movie that affected the hood, that shot up to Chicago, Chi-Town. There's a movie. Everybody go to Netflix. You probably got to pay for it. There's a movie. It's called Cooley High. It's Cochise and Preach. Those are 2 stars. It's about Chicago, and they killed Cochise. Anybody from the 70s, 80s, anybody from, I think, the 80s and 90s, y'all know about they killed Cochise. If you ain't cry, I think I even cried, and I never cried. I don't know if I cried when they killed Cochise. But when they killed Cochise, I don't want to give the movie away. Oh, I shouldn't have said that for those who ain't watch it. Cooley High, that's it. Coolio High. That's one of the most famous movies. I'm telling y'all, hood classics. These are things that's where you get, it's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday. That's what I think Boys the Men and them got that song from. Yeah, Lean on Me, well, that's not, but that was later. Lean on Me was another one, but that was a lot later. Talking a lot earlier. The one, I remember, I'm talking 70s, 80s. You know what I mean? The crack era, a little earlier. But Lean on Me was another one, but I'm talking earlier. All right, so now, when you watch the movie Cooley High, now it's gonna have me watch Cooley High. Now I need to watch Cooley High. when you watch the movie Coolie High, one of the thugs, Stone and Robert, those are the two thugs. One of them, Stone, was the black, I think it was Stone or Robert. One of them was dark skinned and he had a hat on to the side and he had a bandana on his head and he had one tooth missing. This one I'm talking about. And when he would talk, that just make you look extra tough. He had a front tooth missing and he was like this. And he had the hat, right? All right. So now, y'all can say, I think Nas shouts it out and Take It in Blood, never knew. Oh yeah, everybody go, yep, that's what he's talking about, Coolie High. So if you y'all can any of my young brothers from, my young brothers, Generation X or whatever they call it, y'all, we don't identify with that crap either. My young brothers, see, we ain't identify with all these name plates they naming people. And my other nations of people, right? Whites and Asians, Hispanic brothers and sisters. If y'all hear anybody talking about Coolie High, that's what they're talking about. And they're doing references from the movie too. So there'll be sayings that people don't know, but black people, we be on code. These are black code things. I'm teaching y'all stuff. All right. So now, I was saying that because the tooth missing thing is a whole thing in the hood. So anyway, let's get back. So Lil Norm T, he put his kickstand off his bike and he said, "Who you?" And his tooth was missing. And I was like, ooh, right? I was just like, and I couldn't stop looking at his mouth. I'm looking at his tooth. So he talked, yeah, it's a badge of honor. Fact, that meant you've been through something, yabba. You done got that tooth knocked out, and that's some hardcore stuff, right? Whatever you did to get that tooth knocked out is hardcore, right? And of course, most people lie. I was in a war, Rambo. They hit me with a chain or something, but whatever, right? So anyway, so I just remember, Norm T was like, so the dude, I forgot who it was, one of the bullies in our crew, bigger, he's older. He was like, what? Who you think you talking to? I'll tell you. He's like, you ain't taking nothing. He was like, what? And next thing you know, the dude, I guess, hit him and they just started rumbling. And Norm T was fighting. I remember I seen him. He was little, skinny, and he was going at it. And I was like, woo, little boy could fight. He was putting it in. Oh, thank you. It's Cooley high. Sorry, guys. Yeah, she said Coolio. That's Coolio. So it's Cooley, Cooleyhigh. Coolie High. Look it up. Great movie. One of the greatest movies. All right, black filmmakers. They did him dirty. The filmmaker, another good thing is the one who made the Coolie High movie. Watch his documentary. He got done dirty. He ain't get no money from it. He got done dirty for that movie. Of course, y'all know how the system, the serpent seed, those white people that were the serpent seed, the white serpent seed people, because you got black serpent seeds too. So get out your feelings, white people. But these white serpent seeds, yeah, they done us dirty with music, movies, everything. So anyway, so Lil Norm T, he went to scrapping with one of my boys, and they was going at it, and then another one tried to jump in, and Norm was fighting both of them, and and I mean, at the end of it all, everybody was banged up. They ain't take his bite. He stood his ground, and he earned his respect. Right then, I was like, okay. That little boy could fight, and he got heart, and he ain't scared. He ain't backing down. And that's how Norm T established his name on Parkside from when he was like 9 years old. We little. So for everybody from the Heights, Norm T from Parkside. You heard? He from Parkside first. He probably don't claim it now, but I know inside he still do, because he know he from Parkside. He put it down too. All right? So now Norm T, he official. Once you prove you can fight, once you prove you ain't scared, this in any hood, any ghettos, once you prove you can fight, you can prove you ain't scared, you got a stamp. Now you're official. You'll have to prove it every now and then because you're going to have to continue to fight and put it in. But Norm T was official. He established himself. That was it. So then, that was it. He had his crew and everything. Yeah, you buddies the next day. You part of the crew, right? So now let's fast forward a little bit. That was my introduction to Norm T when he moved on Parkside on Maple Avenue in the middle of the block. Then let's fast forward a little. Now we getting older. Now I'm the guy Rashawn. And no. Yeah, well, I am the guy Rashawn. But we're a little older now. Now we're in high school. Now I'm probably around 13, right? Or maybe 14. And so we're established now because we started young. So by the time I'm already hustling, I started hustling at 12. I know that's horrible, but this was my life. You heard? I was selling drugs at 12, and by 13, I was doing good. I was making money. I was getting it, right? Facts, early. I was early. You heard? So by 13, I'm selling weed in school, high school. They coming to see me. So I'm already getting it. I'm established. I'm the guy Rashawn from Nasty 4. Norm T, he established, because now he probably 12 or something like that, 13. We in high school. He still got his knocked out tooth. He a pretty boy. He a fighter. He a thugger. So he got his, he official. I'm official. We all official. Shout out to Terrace Avenue, Terra Ave. Shout out to Crown Heights. Shout out to Midway. Shout out to Parkside. Shout out to MLK Drive. Shout out to Hollywood Store. Shout out to Trackside. You heard? All the ghettos in my hood. We all go to one high school. So it's official. Putting it in. Facts. Right? It's a war zone. You gonna be putting it in. Right? So we're in the high school. So right now, I want to bring up to date, Norm T filled his teeth in. The funny thing was, I was upset. Norm T do not know this. So Norm, when you watch this, I know somebody gonna tell him, Rod did a story on you, Norm. Shout out to Norm, my boy. Norm, I was upset when you filled your tooth in. Norm got his tooth, he got a tooth. So most people who don't even know, and I know Norm like, Dad, why you just blowing me up? Most people in Norm life don't know he had a missing tooth in this thing. I know a lot of y'all like, what? Norm had that all his life. It was knocked out. I don't know how. Norm could have to tell that story, when it got knocked out and how. But I remember somewhere in high school, one of them years, Norm got a tooth put in. And now he just got the perfect smile, and I didn't like it. Because I liked the missing tooth, right? Because I was crazy. Because I wanted mine knocked out. But I guess I was too scared to take a hammer and bust it out my mouth. Right? So when he did it, I'm like, no. Well, he said, wow, what are you talking about? I'm like, no, the girl's like, oh, Norman got his tooth, Norman. Right? Shout out to kicking in the door. Right? They all, Norman got his tooth. Kicking in the door. I didn't like it. I was like, bro, what you doing? Take that out, man. You super coolie high. You look like a super thug. All right. So anyway, I just had to add that there because I know Norm gonna laugh when he see that because like, Rod, you bugging. All right. So anyway, so now we in high school, and Hempstead High School is crazy. In my school, it's like three to 4,000 kids. This is how big my hood is. My high school had upwards to 5,000 kids in one school. About 4,000 to 5,000 kids. That's a city. All right? It's a war zone. You got all these hoods in one school. It is fun, but it is horrible. It was really fun. It's huge, all right? Now, just this school alone, one school, that's just the high school, all right? Yeah, kicking the door, said, tell them how the school looked inside. I know I should have showed them a picture. Let me see. Give me a second. It's just I got my stuff spread all over the place. It's not, will it be in my upbringing? I should have prepared. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Because I didn't know I was going to talk about the high school like this. Give me 1 second, because if y'all see this school, Um, that's a whole nother thing. But I'm gonna talk about the school again, so I'm gonna show it. So when I do a video talk and another story in the school, I'm gonna show y'all because I don't wanna. I wanna keep the story. I wanna keep it flowing. But let me try to check one folder. Let me try. It's not gonna be in Hempstead history because I know I didn't put it there. It should. It might be in my upbringing because Hempstead history is a new folder. Let me try my upbringing. Give me 1 second, really quick. Give me a second. With sorry guys, and my life picks, no, my movies, no, my club picks, no. Where's my upbringing? Oh, my upbringing. There you go. Okay, so I got two. Let me scroll. That's my projects, Terra Ave projects, the Shacks projects, Satch Noodles. Shout out to Satchmo. Y'all learn about this later. And Noodles, my elders. Give me a second. North Carolina. That's Hempstead High School, but I want y'all to see the inside. That's my daughter's star. Y'all, that's the back of it. I've been showed y'all that a couple of times. I want y'all to see the whole school. But that picture has relevance because this story I'm about to tell is exactly where my daughter is in this picture. All right. Come on, guys. Come on. Give me one picture of the inside. I know I got it somewhere. And if somebody, well, they're not on what's the name. So let me open this picture right now anyway. I'm gonna show that in a second. But that's still a picture of the school. And it's relevant to the story. Where is she at? Where my baby girl at? Right there. So let me open that first of all. Then now let me go back and let me try to look in this one more folder. And if I wish they was over, they could add a picture. So this is another one for my upbringing. Let me see. That's me, Granddaddy IU. All right. Give me 1 second. That's the block, South Franklin, North Carolina, my houses. Come on. My club. Is that Black Meech? That is Black Meech. I'm gonna open that. I just talked about Black Meech. All right. Let me come back. Give me 1 second. And then if I can't find it, then I'll deal with the one I got. Come on, bro. No. Oh, that's another. Okay. That's another picture, but it ain't the inside. I got a picture of the inside. Y'all will not believe. All right, so let me open up that one. So I'll show y'all the inside another time, but at least y'all can see. Y'all be able to get to see the picture. All right, so let me stop share. Let me present. Let me share screen. First of all, let me show Black Meech because he RIP. This is Black Meech. The one where I said OE, he's funny, and they used to snap. So this is a picture of, that's Black Meech right there, but this is nowadays. This is before he died. So that's Black Meech. Shout out Black, this is the funny, they used to have the 40s cuffed in their arm, him and OE. And I forgot her name. Salute to my sister. I forgot her name now. Sorry, guys. And that's Rock. I tell a story about Rock. I showed that in the story of Blase, but that's Rock looking older now. And in the back is Deuski. I'll tell a story about Deuce right there. But anyway, I think they had like a Hempstead reunion thing. This is like nowadays, I guess in the 2000s or something, where they looking, and I don't know where they at. I don't know if they in New York or Atlanta or something, because that don't look like New York. We don't got, I don't know where that's at. That look like some nice Atlanta neighborhood or something. All right, but anyway, it could be New York, whatever. So anyway, I just wanted to show that really quick. All right, so let me show the picture of Hempstead High School. Present. I actually have a couple. So share, window. I wish I had the inside one. So this is, let me do this one first. Yeah, this share. This is a picture. All right, now let me do it this way. Let me make the picture bigger and me smaller. This, guys, is a picture of Hempstead High School. This is when they rebuilt it. The first Hempstead High School got burnt down because there was a war for the gangs in the 70s. They had a war and they called the National Guard and they burned the first high school down. That's how raw dog my hood is, Hempstead. So in the 70s, they built a brand new building. That's why it looks like a college campus, because the first high school got burned down from a war zone. They called the National Guards. Google it. All right. So this is the high school we went to, and it looks like a beautiful college campus. Y'all see that? The building, this is one building. It goes to the side. It has a glass ceiling, a glass where this is a sky bridge that connects this building to the other building. The library is in the sky. This is called the underpass. Oh, sorry. Y'all can't, all right, let me, sorry. Y'all couldn't see my cursor. All right. So this is one building. There's a whole nother building over here. It's a sky roof. That's why I was going to show y'all the inside. I'll show y'all another video, right? A sky roof. It looks like a college. It's another building like this over here. This right here is a sky bridge. It's the library is in the sky. See these? These are tinted windows that you can look out. That's glass. When you're in the library, and we used to have class in the library, we'd be trying to sit down, get away from that window, and you're looking out, and people are under here, seats under here, and the cafeteria. This bridge is the other building where the pool and the cafeteria and the gymnasium is. It looks like a college campus, right? They built this in the 70s because they burned down our first high school from the wars, the warlords and paybacks, and these the 70s, the gangs, before the beginning of hip hop. That's what hip hop, all right? So this is our parking lot where the teachers and the students and stuff park. So I used to park my car, but under this underpass where you cut, you're always seeing people walk in. This is how you walk out, and there's a back entrance, right? This is the front entrance. There are doors that go in. This is other building. That's the common. There's doors to go in each one of them. And right here is a walkway to go in between. It's this, I'll show y'all other pictures, right? But this school is crazy. There's like almost 5,000 kids in this school, Black and Hispanic, all Black and Hispanic from every nation of Central and South America. You heard? MS-13, SWP-15, Nietas, Latin Kings, all Black and Hispanic. Maybe one or two white kids out of 5,000. This is Blackity Black. This is hood. You heard? So now, that's one picture of the high school. Now this right here is present, share screen. This is another image, and this one has relevance to the story because this is where we were at. So that's my daughter who graduated. That's my Black Benzo in the stories I used to tell, right? This is the back of the high school. This is this part right here. That's a doorway entrance. These are the classrooms. Oh, look, you can see someone. Look, watch this. See that? That's someone standing in the window, looking out the classroom. And you be yelling, they be, get out that window. You yell, people, we be cutting, right? This is the back. And the football field's over here. And this is that library that I was talking about in the sky, that inside the building, you walk through it. And this is the underpass with the buildings, the entrances. So this is the back of it. And it's buildings of this stuff. This school is huge, all right? So now, yeah, the octagon glass where the common, where your lockers are. Oh, it was crazy. All right, so anyway, I'm gonna show that in another video. So now the story I'm about to tell right now took place right back here. So where my daughter is, if you keep walking up, there's an entrance, an exit that you walk up a hill and you leave the school and you're on Peninsula Boulevard and going towards the desert, a part of Hempstead we call the desert. And there's the field, the football field, and there's a bridge that you walk, and there's a brook, a water. So there's water right here. So if you walk on this grass right to the end of this building, there's like I don't know what you call it, a canal with water, and they got rats and stuff in it and stuff, water rats and stuff. There's a bridge that goes over this water thing. So there's a bridge right here. And when we would cut school, meaning don't go to class, we'd be hanging out on the bridge until the principal come out or somebody, one of the what's the name, the security or something come, and we run, they chase you off the bridge, right? Shout out to Taj Balayal on Facebook, and it says Francis Preston. So I'm not sure if that's Jazz or if that's his mother, Francis. If this is Francis Preston, Jazz's mother, hello, Francis. This, I know she like, wow, look at you. It's for guys. Remember, I told the story on the channel. I did it in the ministry. I'm not sure if I told it here. When I realized I didn't have a mother, when I was really young, probably around 8 years old, 7 years old, me and little Jazz, we ran into the projects, and when we went to his house, his mom, he ran in her arms and she grabbed him, and that's Francis. And she hugged him, and that's when I looked and was like, I don't have a mom. And it like, I had to shake it off. It like rocked me, and I shook it off. I used to block it out that I didn't have that, like a mother to love me and hug me and all that. And so that's Francis. Blessings to you, Francis. If that's not someone else using your account, all right? That's an elder. And wow, glad to have you here, Francis. All right, so now the Victorious Ron said Hempstead High 1988. Wow. So Unique said, I love going to the high school. We were winning championships. We were flyers all outdoors. It was some of the best years of my life. Hempstead Tigers forever. All right. Thank you, Delon Shah. So that's my daughter. She was graduating Hempstead High School. She was graduating. So that's me taking a picture. All right. So now there was a bridge when you leave, and we would be cutting. We would always be on the bridge, smoking weed, cutting everything or whatever. Or there's another bridge on the other side, or you would leave and go to the projects or whatever. So now let me see. I think that's all the image I needed. Yeah, that's the 3 images. All right. So now let me put Rambo back on the screen. So now y'all got the image of the back of the high school. This is where we were at, right? Cutting school, cutting classes, right? So stop share, present, share screen, window, bang, share. Now let me share my real estate. All right. So now, Unique said, remember we used to throw the freshmen in the brook. Yeah, that was horrible, bro. You don't want to be thrown in that brook. It's nasty, slimy water. It's all type of water rats and stuff. And they would throw freshmen in the brook, in the water, off the bridge. It's horrible, bro. You definitely didn't want to be weak in this school. It was not a good life for you. Mike Garcia said them bathroom sessions was legendary. Facts in the bathroom. Oh my goodness. He talking about sessions. He's talking about getting high, smoking weed in the bathroom. Boy, you go in that bathroom, it'd be 50 people in the bathroom, 50 dudes and all type of weed. And what they hear, Mike Garcia, what's the worst thing you want to hear when you in that bathroom having a bathroom session? What's the worst thing you want to hear? Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown was our assistant principal. Oh my, y'all remember Lean on Me, the movie? They called me Batman or something. What's that dude in Lean on Me? We had our own Lean on Me principal, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown was psycho. I told a little bit of that story when Cimarron snuffed me, right? Yeah, when Cimarron snuffed me. Yeah, that story. We went to Mr. Brown office. Mr. Brown suspended both of us. Yeah. So the last thing you ever want to hear was Mr. Brown coming. You can security, whatever. No, why? Not teachers. We ain't scared of no teachers. It was Mr. Brown. That's the only word you don't want to hear. Or Mr. Brown. That's really it. Or Mr. Crawford. When Mr. Crawford was middle school too. Remember Mr. Crawford? Oh my goodness. But Mr. Brown, and then also Miss Reeves. Shout out to Charlie Chase, Miss Reeves. Now Crusher was cool. Crusher coming like, now listen, y'all need to get out the bathroom, right? Crusher was cool with Sam and them. These are security guards, guys. All right, anyway, let me stop reminiscing about Hempstead High School. Let me get to the story. All right. Yeah, he was the Joe Clark. Shout out to Sugar Hill. Facts. That was the Joe Clark. Mr. Brown, he was our Joe Clark. Facts. All right. So now we cutting, right? I was bad. We was bad in school. I popular. We cut in school. What it is, what it is. Hempstead High School was horrible. We cutting. Everybody cutting school. So we cutting, and I remember we was on the I remember we was on the bridge. I think I was walking up to the bridge, and we always cutting. I'm a guy by whatever. We walking up, and I remember I seen Norm T, and Norm was on the bridge, and Norm like, yo, Ra. I'm like, yo, what up, Norm? He like, yo, come here, Ra. So I'm like, all right. So I walk up to the bridge, and there's this tall, skinny, light-skinned dude like me. Well, we called us light-skinned back then, right? But I'm brown-skinned. But we used to call us light-skinned. Now, we're not really light-skinned, but that's what, that's just how we used to talk back then, right? So brown-skinned dude, my complexion. Rambo, the one on the screen. See, we still the same complexion, right? So there's this tall, oh yeah, teachers didn't play back then. It was no joke. Fact, you running, right? It was no joke. So he was tall. So he's probably, at that time, he's probably like 6'1", 6'2". But we young. I'm only about 14 now. And I was always short, right? I was always short. And Norm T is short. So there was this tall, skinny, he was skinny dude, my complexion, we called it light skin. So I walk up, I'm like, yo, Norm, what up? He's like, yo, Rock, come here. I'm like, yo, he's like, yo, I want you to meet my cousin. So I'm like, all right. So I walk up, and the dude turned around, tall, skinny. He's like, yo, what up? And I'm like, yo, what up? And he like, yo. So he's like, yo, Ra, this my cousin Phil. He's like, yo, Phil, this Ra, this my man. And we went Parkside, I think. I'm not sure yet. It might have still been Campbell Park, right? So he was like, this my man. So the tall, skinny, long dude reached out his hand and gave me that. He's like, yo, what up? I'm like, yo, what up? And his grip was strong, right? He was skinny, though. For everybody that's watching it, that know the legend of Rambo from Roosevelt, I know some of y'all don't know Rambo was skinny. Yeah, I knew Bo when he was skinny, Bo. Skinny, before his name was Rambo. For those from Roosevelt, I know y'all know him when he was skinny. So, gave me a dap, and his dap was strong. I remember that. I'm like, he was like, yo, what up? I'm like, what up? So, Mike Garcia said, Phil was nothing to play with from the very beginning. All right, here we go. Let's go. So, all right, let me do Unique's too. Unique wrote, Mr. Brown was on my heels. He lived in Lakeview and caught me at the bus stop and told the high school that I lived in Lakeview after 3. Oh, he probably got you. He snitched on you. I don't like that. Mr. Brown was a snitch. He told the high school you lived in Lakeview. That's how you got kicked out? That ain't cool, Mr. Brown. All right, so now on the bridge, it was always, in our sin, we was always doing sessions. That's what we call a get high session. When we would smoke weed and drink either Ballantine Ale or Old English. That's really was it. It's way before St. Oz and all that type of stuff. So Old English, before 40 ounces, there was quarts, 32 ounces. So we used to have a quart of beer, but later they became 40 ounces. But I think at this time it was still quarts. So guys, before there was a such thing called 40s, there was a quart. That's all we used to drink, 32 ounce beers of Old English. Okay. So Unique said, yeah, he did. So so what Mike Garcia just said, we would have sessions. A session meant like, yo, you having a session. A session meant it's a crew of y'all going to get high together and roll blunts or joints. I'm not sure if we had blunts then or we was just doing joints back then. Roll a joint with easy wider paper or bamboo paper. You roll it, right? I'm not sure if we had blunts yet. All right. But and it would be beer. And so, you contribute to the session, or if you popular like me, you ain't have to contribute nothing. Depending on how popular you are, your boy is gonna look out for you no matter what. I was the type, I ain't have to bring nothing to a session because my reputation. I was just cool, with everybody. Everybody like me, I like everybody, not everybody, but y'all know what I mean. It just is what it is, right? So, but most people, you gotta have you ain't y'all know it was many people standing outside the session that want something. You ain't no donation, no stimulation. Remember that? That was a saying. No donation, no stimulation. That's where they get that song. I got 5 on it. You need to donate. Any of these freeloaders, now you can't be a continual freeloader. Now I was the type, I didn't have to what's the name? Donate, but I couldn't have did it forever. You know what I mean? I would have to, but yeah. So anyway, Delari Shaw said them zigzags. Yeah, we didn't have that terminology in New York. That must be a California thing. So I guess what you're saying, Delari Shaw, joints were called zigzags in California. Yeah, we ain't have that in New York. Only thing we had was joints, like really what we call when you roll it in the paper. All right. So it was always about a session. That's what Mike Garcia said, them sessions in the bathroom. So this is the curses and these are the children of from slavery that we should be trying to really get an education, right? But we're more focused on a session, right? And what I mean by that is, while we trying to go to class, you got people like, yo, come on, man. We having this session in this bathroom. They having a session over at such and such. Come on, Ra. And that stuff will pull you. Like you looking at, go to class, go to the session. Go to class, go to the session. And the session, sorry, guys. I know y'all like, what is that on my head? This is my new growth, right? Look, see how too long it is? That's like, let me show y'all something. This that lamb's wool. This what they call lamb's wool. This is called snapback. You see this? Look, when I pull it, right? You see how long it is? But watch when I let it go. That snap right on back to a nice little curl, right? So I usually kind of hide it because this is the new growth that it won't lock into the lock next to it. So I have to lock it in with rubber bands. So if y'all see all this, see this? I'm trying to lock that into this lock right here. And I got a rubber band because my new growth won't, my hair is crazy. It's so soft, the new growth won't lock itself in. So I got to do it myself. So I got another one here, look. See, this new growth, but it's not back. All right, so just so y'all don't think I'm like, what is Ra? No, I mean Ra. What is Uncle Yashua doing? All right, that's just new growth. I got stuff over here too on this one, so I have to lock the new growth in. I got one back here. So you see these two? I lock these together, and then there's new growth right here that I'm trying to get locked in. Anyway, all right, just so y'all won't think I'm crazy, because I turn to the side, I'm like, you can see something sticking up. All right, Zayana said, shout out to the new growth. I know that's right. All right, so anyway, so they would have, Zayana said, literary facts, I always chose the session. Yeah, that's a hard thing to go against, to be the session, right? We used to call it a session back then, right? During the crack era and stuff, right? You know they a product called that snapback. Yeah, that's that snapback. I got that. You pull it, I pull, my hair grow, I can pull it, be way out here, you let it go, snap on back. That's that pure lamb's wool of the Most High. That's that lamb's wool they try to make us hate. You heard? I don't hate my lamb's wool no more. You heard? Now I understand. I got that curly lamb's wool. It just curled in a nice spiral helix curl, strongest shape in existence. All right. I got that lesson. I got a separate video coming about y'all hair. And let nobody tell y'all got no 4C hair. The devil's a lie. You got 4C. They got 1A. Keep cursing yourself with that foolish stuff, black people. Don't telling your daughters they got no 4C hair. They got pure lamb's wool like the Most High. Read the book of Daniel. Daniel said the Ancient of Days had hair like the pure wool. Read the book of Revelation, the Mashiach. He had hair, white, woolly hair, white wool. The Messiah, what they call Jesus. All right, anyway, let's get back. So, a session was always happening. Session at Parkside, they'd be like, yo, Rob, yo, man, come on, man. They're having a session in your building in Parkside on 50 side. They're having a session in 67 side. And my Parkside projects was right by the high school. So they would cut and go into our buildings and have set Campbell Park sessions all over in the football field, sessions in the back of the school, sessions on the by the pool in the back, sessions in this parking lot, sessions on the front bridge, sessions in the back bridge, sessions everywhere. Sessions outside the cafeteria. Dudes used to be so bold. They have a session right outside the caf, knowing that the security guards at school and stuff are sessions everywhere. Now, so there was a session at the back on the bridge. So I was walking up when we cut in school. I'm walking up, and it's a session up there. Like, yo, they having a session up there, and you know, be guards and stuff up there. So Norm T was like, yo, why come here? So I go up. He's like, this is my cousin Phil. So Phil turned around. He's tall, skinny, pretty boy too. He look. What people don't know is Norm T and Phil, who later became Rambo, they looked alike. Back then, when Rambo was skinny from Roosevelt and Norm T, they looked alike in the face. So I'm not sure if they really blood cousins, but if they not, they look just like it. All right. So the Mike Garcia said, but some of the hall guards was getting high with us. Facts. Some of them were getting high with us. I remember what's his name saying, used to be like, all right. Somebody's be like, yo, give me a pull. Let me go. I ain't messing with y'all. All right. Shout out to Drizzy. Buffalo in the building. All right. He said, today I made a decision to stop eating meat, ready to see the result. The result's going to be crazy, young Drizzy. What I want you to help you, Drizzy, start calling it flesh and blood. That's going to help you to not eat it. So today you made a decision to stop eating flesh and blood. Look, see all this healthy? And I ain't worked out in a week and a half. I'm gonna try to go tomorrow if I can get up early enough. This is a week and a half of not working out. See all this healthy? I ain't ate flesh and blood in years. I had slipped and started eating it again about 3-4 years ago with my ex. But before that, I went 25 years or something without it. Now I'm like 4 years strong. You heard? Strong, Drizzy. All your ailments will be, you'll start detoxing from any sickness, any disease, everything. Good job, young king. Good job, Drizzy. It's going to make you healthy and stronger. Facts. No flesh and blood, all that disease and chemicals they got in it. But this ain't about that tonight. Shout out to young Drizzy. All right, Buffalo, New York in the building. So now, so they had a session in the back, on the back bridge, right? So leading up to Peninsula Boulevard. So I meet Norm T. cousin, tall, pretty boy, look just like Norm. I'm like, Norm, he look just like you. Like, yo, right, it's my cousin. He from Roosevelt. So I'm like, all right, that's what's up. So what I noticed was this tall, skinny dude, Phil, you know, he turned, I just noticed his energy. And his energy was on 1,000. Like his energy, he had the energy of like this. All right, let me show you like this. Like, what I mean by that is like he's seeing everything, watching everything. His movements are really fast and sharp and abrupt and quick, right? And strong. So I'm like, okay, I could feel from his energy that he wasn't nothing to play with. I could because I read energies. You better learn to read spirits, read energies. Spirits is spiritual, someone's spiritual energy. That's what that is, what emanates. And I read that, right? So I'm like, okay, and I'm watching, you know, even out of Mike said Phil was always with the action, right? And that's what came across in his energy. It's when I first met him. Now, if I was only 14, he had to be around 12 or 13. I didn't know he was younger than me. He was taller than me. Now, I was short until I got like 16 or 15. So he was tall then. So I didn't know he was younger than me. I thought he was older than me till today, till I looked up his thing. I said, I didn't know. First of all, I didn't know he was a so-called Scorpio. And I didn't know, which makes sense. And I didn't know that he was younger than me. So so I'm looking at his energy. I'm like, Yeah. And I know Norm T validating him. Norm T said he his cousin, and Norm T was on that energy. Norm T was official. Norm was official. Norm has established his own. Norm wasn't nothing to play with. Norm will pop off. Facts. Norm jumping off rip. And he don't care. It'd be 30 dudes, he jumping off. Right? So I know Norm, and the way Norm was introducing him to me, the way it was like, yo, Ra, I want you to meet my cousin, Ra Roosevelt. Issues. Stuff like, and I was like, okay. Norm stamping him like that. And then I'm reading his energy, and I'm like, oh, this boy got that energy, right? So then, whatever. So we turn around, and we having a session. So the dudes is like, I'm like, yo, pass that. So we so somebody passed the blunt or the joint, whatever it was, and I'm not sure if Norm smoked at that time, but I think he did. I'm not sure. So forgive me, but I know I got the blunt or whatever, and we smoking or whatever, and I'm watching the field dude and his energy, and he just keeps like, he's just watching his surroundings, which he should, right? He's watching his area and surroundings. And so I remember Norm said, yo, Phil, yo, relax, bro. It's my school. He's like, nah. I ain't relaxing. This ain't my school. I'm on one. I'm ready. I'm ready to set it. And Norm was like, you don't gotta be ready, bro. This is my school. Ain't nobody. And I remember I was like, yo, Phil, you ain't nobody gonna start nothing with you. You know him because you official. You good. Like, he's like, nah, I don't care. Somebody want to set it? He said, well, he's looking around because people are walking up the hill and crews of dudes is coming down the hill. And like, somebody want to set it? I'm setting it. And I'm like, dang, this dude on 1,000. Okay. Yeah, I got that picture unique. I talked about it earlier. I talked about the 5th grade picture. I downloaded it. I'm gonna show it another time. He said, you got that picture I sent you. Yeah, I talked about it at the beginning of this thing. So I'm like, dude, so I looked at Norm and I was like, Norm, he like you. And Norm said, yeah, right, he like me times 1,000. he crazy. He be on one. So I was like, all right. So I remember, I think I had a blunt, and then I was like, yo, Phil. And he was a little up. So on the bridge, it's like a hill that go up. So he was a little up from us. We were in a circle or whatever. I'm like, yo, Phil. And I went to pass the blunt. He was like, nah. He wasn't paranoid, Delari Shah. That's not paranoid. Some people be on that energy. It's not paranoid. It's they looking to set it. It's like they just on one. So paranoia is a different thing. Paranoia is a thing where it's like paranoia has being scared is tied to the word paranoia. So that's not paranoid because he's not scared. He's just waiting for something to pop off. Yeah, there you go. Mike said it's on go time. That's what it's called nowadays. He on go, literally, and that's how I have to be. Whenever I'm somewhere that I ain't supposed to be, I'm on one. I'm on go time. I'm watching everything. I'm watching everybody. I'm watching movements, thoughts. It ain't paranoid. It's go time. Yeah. So, and I'm watching them and I'm laughing because I'm like, yeah, he bout it. Like he ready to jump off the minute it happened, right? So, y'all Dylan said bloodthirsty facts. Y'all know those dudes. Those dudes can be very dangerous, right? So I try to pass him the blunt, and he like, nah. I don't smoke. I'm like, yo, he don't smoke. And so I remember knowing like, nah, he don't smoke. I'm like, dang, bro. So then we up there, whatever. We have this session going on. He talking, we kicking stuff, kicking stories. You know what I mean? He cool. And then somebody came, a group of people came down the hill, and then I can't remember exactly who they were. And then somebody was trying to get the blunt or something. They was trying to get in the session. And dudes was like, nah, you ain't, Nah, you ain't got no, you ain't put in, you ain't getting none, right? So the dude got upset, right? So he's like, man, pass the blunt, man. So, and dude's like, nah. So I remember, you know, like dudes raised up, and you know, I don't have to do nothing because I was the type. My reputation, I know so many people that I be knowing the good guys, the bad guys, the bullies, the thugs. Like I know the killers, the good people, the nerds. Like I'm always in a neutral. That's why I always be squashing stuff. Like I'm like the squasher. Like you would be lucky if you in the wrong situation and I'm there. You'd be blessed to have me there because I probably know the people who ready to do something to you, and I know you, and I'll be the type to try to stop it. That's how I was. That's why a lot of people love me too, because of that type of personality I had. Now I'm as official, I'm ready to fight. I said it, but I just wasn't on that time, right? So I remember the dudes, I knew them, the ones who were, right? And I'm just like, whatever, I'm just letting it play out, right? So these dudes, they mad because the dudes won't give them no weed. And remember, shout out to Davey D. No, Chris Samuels. That's not Davey D. Chris Samuels. I think Chris is the one from California, if I'm correct. Sorry, yeah. So yeah, Unique said, I know the good, the bad, and the ugly. Facts, right? So I've got to be stay neutral all the time because if I on this side like you're raw, no on this side you're raw. So I'm just like what Mike say? I like hearing people say stuff about me because I don't remember. He said, Rod, you was quiet, but you was funny as hell when you was stimulated. Okay, sorry I used the hell word, but that's what he wrote. Funny as HL when I'm stimulated. So stimulated, guys, what we would call when we would get high. So when we get high, we would say back then, you stimulated. So someone would say, yo, you stimmy? So I'm teaching y'all old New York slang. Someone would be like, yo, he's stimmy. That means he's stimulated. So another way we would say, yo, wow, yo, where you going? I'm going to get stimulated. That would mean we're going to get high. We're going to do a session. So this is old New York 80s and 90s slang, New York slang, right? So he said you was funny when you were stimulated. That would make sense. That's why I got my sense of humor, but I'm definitely was always quiet. So the dudes are mad because they can't get in on the session, right? And remember, I told y'all I was the type, I didn't have to put it on the session because people liked me, right? So I could pull up to a session and Mike Garcia and Corey Wilson and whoever, like they could be out there doing the set. People from the Heights or whatever, they could be having a session and I walk up and they be like, yo, Rah. I'm like, yo, what's good? I'm getting there, pass the blunt. Because I was just people with everybody, right? It wanted to be a thing. But everybody didn't have it like that. So some people will want the weed and like, they ain't passing the weed to you, bro. So these dudes was like, I remember the main dude, he was like, yo, Mike passed it, right? So the other dudes was like, they was like, yo, we ain't passed it. So then this dude, he's like, he getting loud. Like, man, y'all being stingy? Watch. When I got the weed, watch when I got the session. You ain't getting. So I just remember, it's like he was doing it, and I remember Rambo. His name wasn't Rambo yet. He was Phil. He was a little away from the session, and when that dude started getting loud, I seen Phil turn around like this. You know the movie Fridays when Mike Epps said we got action when he was a top flight security of the world, Craig. He like we got action. That's what Rambo did, but that's before his name was Rambo. He looked like that's what he was looking for. That's what I say. He wasn't paranoid, the Lava Shaw. He was looking for action. That's it. And he got it. I seen him because I'm seeing. Remember, I always watch everything. I'm the type, even if I'm high or not, I'm watching everything that move. So I could see something twitch over here, right? I'm on it like that. So I seen him like, ding, it looked like Coming to America. I mean, Friday after next, we got action. And I seen him turn, and I looked, and here he come, beelining. So he walked up, and he said. And he did like this. What? We got a problem? What's going on? So the dude next to him, and the dude was kind of big. The dude next to him, he looked, he was like, yo, what you mean you got a problem? Yo, who this? Ain't no problem, who this? And so Norm stepped up like, yo. Norm like, yo. And then Phil was like, Rambo was like, what? Yo, who did? And Norm was like, yo, chill. That's my, and to try and tell the dude, chill, that's my cousin. And before he could get the word cousin out his mouth, Phil, later known as Rambo, pushed the dude back. Now, y'all know, I'm gonna put that up. Matter of fact, let me do it now. Mike said, I seen Phil slam a dude and then knock him out with a slap. That's him. So before Norm T could even get the word out of his mouth, Phil pushed the dude. And the dude went back, right? The dude went back, right? Yes, indeed. All right. Dude, sorry, I'm reading what they chats. I got to keep with the story. Sorry, guys. I'm reading Facebook chats. So the dude, he went back off because there's a curve, right? So on the bridge, there's a stone thing that we sit on with a metal bar, and if you fall over the bridge, there's the water down there, the reservoir, right? So we be sitting up on the stone thing or standing there, so it's a curve. So when he pushed the dude, he fell back off the curve, and now he's in the street, and so Norm, facts. Mike Garcia said Norm T was the only one who could keep Phil off of cats. Facts. Zayali say he about to go Rambo, right? So hold on, let me put it up there. So we ain't promoting this. This just testimony TV. We ain't promoting violence. This is just our life. This is a testimony of my life. These are people. The people I'm talking about are people who affected me in my life. That's why I'm pointing people out. So when I do stories on people, these are people who had an effect on me in my life. So when he pushed the dude, Norm was like, before Norm could even say anything, like, no, like, this is my cousin. So the dude would have fell back. If Norm would have got a chance to say, yo, this my cousin, because that's how Hempstead was. If nobody don't know you, you're going to get set on, right? You just can't come up there and just be, and nobody could say, well, who this? You got to be like assigned by somebody. Otherwise, you're going to get set on. Just is what it is. You ain't just coming up there like that, right? Like any other hood, right? So Norm T was about to say, that's my cousin. And if he would have said it, the dude would have fell back because that's how much respect Norm T had, right? So he would have fell back, right? Like if I would say, no, that's my people, he would have fell back. But before Norm T could even get the words out of my mouth, Phil pushed him. Poof. Hard too, and the dude went back off the curb into the street, and before Norm could say yo, Rambo Phil walked off the curb. He was like, this is what he was looking for. This was what he wanted. He was on this time for I'm gonna tell the boom bash, but that's gonna be that's the big story. All right, he was on, that's what he was waiting for. So he stepped off the curb. Now I'm sitting there. Now at this point I'm high. So now it's on and popping. I'm like, oh, we at the movies, right? It's live. I got front row seats. It's about to be a movie, right? And this dude is tall and skinny, but he just looked like he looked like he could fight. And I'm like, this is going to be good. And the dude that he was pushing against was a bigger dude, and he could fight too, right? So he pushed the dude, right? So by the time the dude stumbled back, he was like, yo. And before he could even say anything, before Norm T could finish his sentence, Rambo was off the curb. He was off the curb right already in his face. And the dude was like, yo, what you, and all I see was it was like one motion. He came off the sidewalk and the dude was still trying to catch his balance like, yo, and as he was saying, yo, he just came off the sidewalk and did some old Mr. Miyagi swooshing, boom, hit the dude. And when he hit the dude, before the dude, and the hit was hard, bro. He was tall and skinny, but the hit was fast and it was hard. It hit like one of those, bang, like boom, like a Popeye, Batman and Robin. Like bam, boom, boom, you might as well say bam, come off the hit, right? So he hit him, and it was hard and fast, really fast and solid. Boom! And as he hit the dude his face with his side before he could even do anything, he had hit him again with the left. He was on him. Okay, so it was so fast. He pushed him, and after he pushed him, before the dude could even gain his balance, he was off the curb and on him. And then before the dude could even put up his hands to even try to defend himself or say something, he hit him. Boom! Then before the dude can like his head to the side recover, he hit him again, and he took another step. He was like in his face, on him. So before the dude and he hit him this way. Boom! And it was the same type of solid hit, hard. And when he hit him this way, his face went this way, and all I see is eyes and his eyeballs and his face, and it's like kind of slow motion. It's slow motion because Phil, before he became Rambo, he's moving so fast. He's moving so fast that it's making the action look like it's in slow motion, but it's not. That's how fast he's moving. And it's funny because, I'm a scroll up. I'm with your comments, Mike, because you tell me stuff I didn't even know about him. So his actions are so fast, and that's the movements I saw when Norm T first introduced me. His movements were fast. Like I could tell he was fast, right? I'm like, I don't know. I could tell like this dude could fight. I could just see it, right? And so now by the time he hit him this way, and all I see is the dude's eyes, like, and the dude's face went this way, and his eyes and his face looked like, what is happening? Like he's trying to put it together. He didn't have time to even put nothing together. And by the time he hit him this way, y'all Dylan said y'all was high. And it's so funny, y'all Dylan, because even if we wasn't high, this is how fast it was going. He was moving so fast. I've seen this before. I've seen Gene Grant, and I'm going to tell a story. R.I.P. to the legend, Crown Heights legend, Gene Grant. He beat up people. Wait till I tell that story. That's coming soon. Gene Grant beat up like 6, 7 dudes at once. And he was moving so fast that they couldn't even, some of these dudes be superheroes, bro. I swear. R.I.P. to Gene Grant, Hempstead Crown Heights legend. Right? Now, that story is to come. That's an insane story. So some dudes, Jock Dylan, are so fast that they make the time look like it's standing still. Okay? So by the time the dude's face started going this way, and his eyes, and I could see especially his face was like, what is happening? By then, Phil, he's like on him already. So when he came off the curb, he get into him, hit him. Now he another step, hit him this way. Now he's on him. And he hit him this way. And when his head went this way, he just grabbed him. And this was all like before Norm T could get off the curb, before anybody could be like, no, because the other dude was our people too. But he just stepped into a mess. Right? He just stepped into this. He had because nobody from Hempstead would have did anything. He was just talking, right? He was talking what? Because he said, watch, next time I got a session, y'all ain't getting none. Y'all want to front, y'all want to, it was nothing. Nobody would have waited to fight him or nothing for that. But we had an outsider who was, he was there for that time. That's exactly what he was waiting for, right? So he hit him this way, and when his head went this way, he was on him. He just grabbed him. He grabbed him, and everything was so fast. Dude wanted to hit, but got the wrong type of hit. I know that's a yalla yalla, and it was fast though. That the speed of everything was what made everything horrible. Because I know later when he played that back in his head, I know he like, man, this dude ain't give me a chance to react to nothing. Now he on him and he grabbed him and picked him up and earth slammed him. Boom, and it was so fast and hard. He just earth slammed him. Boom, into the ground. And you know, everybody's face did my face like this. You know, everybody's face is like, you know, like, ooh, you know, you get, you know, the crowd emoji where everybody go, ooh. He slammed him. Now, he slammed the dude, and he slammed him so hard when he hit the cement, all of us was like, ooh, and Norm T is on his way off the curb to say no, right? And before Norm T could get off the curb, he's already kicking the dude, stomping him, boom, and punching him, boom. I'm just like, this dude is like a wrecking ball. I'm like, it was so, everything was, it was way too chaotic. Yo, Bo, when you watch this, because he gonna watch this, he messaged me and said, thank you, everyone. And he thanked me and saluted me for doing a story on him. Bo, you was wrong, Bo. Man, bro, it was so fast, so strong. He just beat the dude fast. I mean, he was just a wrecking ball. He was just, so Norm went and grabbed him like, no. And then we all ran up and he just wanted to tear him limb to limb. So then we got him off him. And he was like, I told you. He's like, anybody said it. Anybody. Y'all said it on my people. And now he's talking about us. The crew who Norm introduced him to. Now he on one. Now you can't pull him back, right? So now, you know, the crowd comes, right? So it's a fight. So, you know, you got a little crowd, but not a lot because we cutting in between school. So you have other people coming up for a fight. So now he on one. He like, I told you, you said it on any of them. Anybody touch any of them, you gonna see me. I said, this dude is crazy. I said, this dude, tall, skinny, I said, Norm, this dude. Norm said, I told you, I told you, he crazy. He don't play. I said, this dude crazy. Now that was my introduction to Mr. Philip Crump, to Mr. Phil. Mr. Rambo, right? He wasn't Rambo. So that's kind of how I got introduced. So then after that, the dude got up, he went on, he was hurt and all that. It was what it was. Ain't nothing. It was a misunderstanding because the dude wasn't nobody. He wasn't a punk or nothing. He wasn't nobody to be beaten. So it was like, sorry. It was just basically like, sorry, you just stepped into the wrong stuff, right? So ain't nothing happening to Bo, because ain't nobody, y'all ain't going about to jump at all, right? Because this our people now. It's Norm T cousin, and he our people, and that's it, right? And the way he looked like he could have handled 4 or 5 people by himself. I swear, he probably be like, don't nobody got to step in. This dude was on one. I definitely wouldn't have wanted to fight him. I'm like, bro, you definitely got to get shot and stabbed. There's no way in the world I would have fought him, right? I could fight, but I don't like to be. Some people like to fight, and they like, that's how white boys do. They be like, come on, right? You punch them in the face, or come on, they take their blood and eat it, right? I ain't like that, right? I can fight, right? I don't like to fight, but I can fight. I'm gonna do anything not to fight. That's why I used to like guns and stuff. I don't like to get hit in the face. It hurt. I don't know. They like the hurt. They like the pain. That's why I don't like fighting people. That's why I be like, note to self, don't fight him. See, I always do note to selves, right? Because some people like the pain. They be like, come on. The more you hit them, the bigger the, come on. I'm like, no, bro. When I get hit, it's like, ouch. You know what I mean? Now, I can't do it in the moment I'm fighting. Because listen, guys, if you get punched, right, and your eye jimmy swell, the next time they punch you there, they punching on top of a punch. That stuff hurt, bro. So I ain't no punk. I don't like to fight. So that's why I always kept a knife or a gun. I'll bust you with a bottle. I've known to I'll hit you with anything. And I wasn't scared of nothing. I'll bust your whole face open with anything that's around. Stone, rock, bottle, whatever. And I'm on go. Right off rip. I'm quick. I'm quick. The minute you start some stuff, before you even know it, a bottle's coming right in your face. Before you even seen it. What? Yeah, I'll stop it right from the rip. But I don't like to fight. So I'm saying this because y'all gonna hear me through these stories. Y'all gonna hear me say, Zayali, I said, then you got one dude who smiled when you hit him. I know, right? And they be talking about, come on, right? You the worst thing you want to do is hit a dude with all you got, and he smile and lick his blood and say, come on. You like, uh-oh. What did I, you know this gonna be a long one, right? So I'm telling this part because when y'all hear me say these note to self, I want y'all to think I was a punk. It's just I don't like pain. I can take pain, but I don't like pain. All right? Unique said, I'm scared of pain. I'll cut you, shoot you. I didn't play that stuff. Right? So I could take all the pain. My thumb was cut off, all that. Right? I done been through more pain than most people can even tolerate. Shout out to Game 7 in the building. Shout out to a dope song, Game 7, that you sent me, that little clip. I watched it when I was washing up for this. That's LL from this channel. Beginning the stories on the channel. LL, Jamel Henderson. Shout out to Game 7. So anyway, that's why through these stories, y'all going to hear me say note to self. Do not fight him. What that means is, it's not that I'm scared or I'm a punk. It's just that I'm trying to avoid that. I don't want to be tussling with you and we both bloody at the end and now we can sit down together. My ribs hurting, my everything's bruised. We got one lip. We trying to share the 40. You know, you try to drink from the blunt, your lip is bleeding and swollen and like eye closed. Well, we did it. No, I'm not with all that. I am not with all that. If I got to, I will. I done been in those fights before, right? I done did it, all right? But I'm trying to avoid that at all costs. That's why I told two texts when I'm in any of the street. That's why I was a two-gun toter. I don't play no games. I kept a knife, a gun, or something. I'm getting y'all up off me. Some people hit too hard. I can hit, but some people's hands is like this big. Some people wrists, so y'all better look for stuff. Y'all better look and realize. All right, so anyway. Yeah, I'm just being smart. I ain't playing that. So anyway, so now Phil, he on one. He like, don't nobody touch anybody. If I say, we trying to calm him down, right? It's just funny, but he won't smoke or drink or nothing, right? So it's like, so whatever. So we finished the session, and that's how I met Phil from Roosevelt, Norm T cousin. All right. So now let's fast forward a little bit. So now we growing up, right? Unique said I carried an axe. Facts. So now we growing up, guys. And, you know, I'm starting to become, you know, what y'all know, what I became, Rashawn, like this figure. You know, we're starting to, in our hoods, we're starting to establish our legacies, right? So I had a legacy from the Nasty Four, right? The Nasty Four MCs. Then I had a legacy from the 98 posse. What Public Enemy wrote. You see these car keys, you'll never get these. They belong to the 98 posse. That's Chuck D and Flavor Flav from Public Enemy. One of their famous records. Terminator X rock and roll. Yes. The rhythm, the rebel, without a cause. I'm low on my level. That song. Terminator X rock and roll. Whatever. Right? That's the 98 posse, our crew. That's my car right here on the screen. So now I also had a legacy as the God Rashawn. That y'all know my stories from Rasha, La, Armel. So I got a lot of legacies going on. That's why I was like so famous. So I got the Nasty Four MCs legacy. I got the God Rashawn legacy. I got Parks, Hempstead Street Legend legacy. I got, Hustler Money legacy. And then the 98, shout out to Corey Wilson in the building. And then the 98 posse. So now my cars like these legacies. So that's why I said when I told the story of OE and Meech to everybody, yo, Yo, raw. I'm that type where they're, yo, raw. They want to snap, raw. And they just like, I always hold that all the time. Yo, raw. Yo, raw. That's a famous word right there. I know a lot of them that's in here that said that. It's plenty times LL, Jamel done said it, and Mike done said it. They keep doing, yo, raw. That was like a famous saying. Because I'm one of those dudes. I had the reputation in the hood that it's like, when I come like, yo, raw, come here. And then people would just do stuff to make me laugh. And, you know, because I just had a joyous personality. Like, I was just a good dude. It was, you know, this ain't trying to make me seem like I'm nothing tough or nothing. But I just had that kind of love in the hood. You know what I mean? It's real like that. Feel me? So now we're getting older and our legacies are being established. Like Norm T got his own legacy. He known as a fighter. By then, I think he done moved to the heights and Norm was fighting, really. Because when we became, before Norm T moved off Parkside, there was a time when Lover, shout out to Lover from Parkside, Lenny Hugh. Shout out, I got a story I'm gonna tell Lover. When we was Parkside, Norm T, Lover, S1. I mean, well, this before I think S1. Shout out to S1. I think he was a little younger than him. But I remember there was a time that Lover and Norm T was going at it on Parkside. I mean, not fighting each other, but just putting in work, establishing a real strong, fearful foundation of their name. That people was like, I seen Norm T fight like 3-4 dudes. Like, come on. This when he had the no tooth, when he still had his no tooth. I used to love that no tooth, Norm. Norm looked so tough with that no tooth. I saw him fight with that no tooth, getting it in. I'm like, Norm is a beast, bro. He like, yeah, rah. That's what I said. That raw thing, he be like, yeah, rah. Norm T used to be like, yeah, rah. They don't know. I'm like, dag, Norm. Knock him out, rah. Knock him out. They think because I'm little. They think because I'm pretty. Right? Yeah, with that no tooth, that Norm T. Right? The no tooth Norm T is a different Norm T from when he got his tooth. That no tooth Norm T, y'all ain't want to mess, right? Y'all don't want to mess with the tooth Norm T either. But yeah, so Norm T, yeah, rah. They think it's a game, rah. They think it's a game. All right. So I remember when one time I had beef. Something, dudes was trying to jump me. I remember Norm T's like, yo, rah. I said it on them all, rah. What you want? Just say the word. I'm like, nah, Norm, I got it. Like, nah, rah. Say the word. He's like, and dudes, it was certain people that was around me at the time. Just certain people, not unique in them. Certain people. He's like, them dudes ain't gonna hold you down, rah. And I knew it. They weren't, because everybody ain't tough, right? You ain't gotta be tough. Everybody ain't gotta be tough. And this ain't nobody who's here, so I don't want y'all to think. It was a certain time that I had a certain group of people around me, and I knew they weren't built that way to really, for some of the beef stuff that's gonna face me, they weren't built that way. But I knew they wasn't like that, and they wasn't fronting like they was like that, so they cool with me, right? So like, perfect example, like Lil Raheem from the Nasty Four. Lil Robbie C. Raheem used to get us in so much beef just from the way he walked, right? He walked like the toughest dude in the history of the world. But Raheem ain't trying to bust a grape. Just is what it is. He just known for being fly, slick, ain't a punk, right? But he ain't trying to be, right? He ain't gonna dip out on you if it, I'm just keeping it real. If anything, and I know it. What I mean is, I know that if it go down, I'm not looking for him to be on the front lines with me fighting this 300-pound dudes. I'm looking for him to be trying to slide out because he ain't trying to get his little pretty face messed up. But I know, no disrespect, I'm not dissing my boy. But remember, it's just about knowing he ain't a killer. Like, you know, everybody ain't killers. People be fronting. Everybody. That's the thing, guys. Yeah, he a lover, not a fighter. Everybody, I respect people when they take their position. When a person be like, yo, bro, I'm a lover, not a fighter, like, you know, I can respect you and I put you in position. So I'm not looking for you to stand up when it go down. But the fact that you don't step outside and don't try to act like you know killer, though, that's when I can't mess with you. If you know, so So that's why sometimes I would have people around me and they weren't killers, right? Some of them ain't really about that life, right? So I know that if it really go down, they gonna be scared. So that's what Norm T was talking about. So he was upset at it because some of the dudes that was around me, they didn't step up like he knew they should have, but I knew who they were. So Norm was like mad. Yeah, I know he remembered this story. He's like, Raw, just let me hang with you, Raw. Forget that. You got them in your, got them dudes, got them in your car. And I said, Norm, it's okay. I'm like, I know who's, he's like, I don't care, I don't like it. He's like, you want me to set them? Nah, I got this. Because I had it with them. Jealous of me, trying to jump me. I took care of my business. Shout out to Norm T for being there if I would have needed you. Thank you for stepping up. And yeah. So I wanted you to know, Norm T, I did want to hang with you when you gave that. And I always thought about it. I'm like, dang, I forgot to take you up on your offer and start hanging with you. You know what I mean? No, I'm like, man, you need me in the front seat, Ra. You official, I'm official, we'll hold it down. And I guess kind of glad I didn't. Things, guys, happen the way the Most High wanted to happen. Because imagine, Norm, if I would have put you as my right hand, we probably be dead by now. We probably been got into some stuff. Because I was getting some stuff. And you ain't going, you going to pop off. And, so, the Most High plays our life out the way they're supposed to play out. We both still alive. But I just want to say salute to Norm T for that. I remember that, Norm. I know you remember what I'm talking about. Right. So anyway, so now, guys, we getting a little older. And again, like I said, this ain't nobody who's here in the Facebooks and none of my, don't think I'm talking about Unique in LA. I ain't talking about none of that. I'm talking about another group. They know who they are. And it is what it is. Like I said, they weren't trying to front like they was tough. It's just what it was. You know what I mean? Right? And people used to be jealous of them because they ride, they with me. And they getting girls because they with me and, so, what I mean? So I would protect them. Just is what it was. As long as you act, you don't got to be the toughest, bro. As long as you keep it real, then I'm cool with you. You cool with me. That's just how it was. All right. I know, Mike, and it's so funny, Mike. Do you not know that when I found this picture of this Buick, I always think of you now, Mike. I said, Mike wants to see the picture of the actual car. I actually have the picture, Mike, but the only reason why I don't show it, let me explain, Mike. I have the real picture, but it was before I finished hooking it up. So I got the picture, Mike, and I don't like the way it looked. So I got the picture. Hold on, let me do this for you, Mike. That's so funny. I'm glad you're here. I thought about you when I was finding it. I said, Mike gonna be like, where's the picture of the Mac Daddy Buick? This is my famous green 98. Now listen, guys. So Mike, the actual picture I have of it, it's before I put the new roof and blocked out the side window. Remember the leather roof with the lumps? Before I had the opera lights, before I put the trunk, the wheel on the trunk, before I think I whited out the grill and all that. So it don't look the same, right? It's before it was finished. So the reason why I got the person to draw me this picture, because I looked at the picture that Daddy you showed me of it. It was an early stage and I did it to specs. So this is what the car actually looked like when it was done, what Mike is talking about at its prime. It was fly. So I really do wish I don't got it. Somebody might have one out there in the world, a picture of it when it was at its prime, but this is what it looked like. And this is chrome running boards down the side. That's chrome. Yep. So this what I tried. Look, he wrote that let me show y'all. He wrote that at the same time I was saying it. Look what he just wrote. You had the running boards on there too. So this right here, what you see at the bottom, hold on. Let me put my cursor up again. Mike, this right here, oh, sorry, there you go. Hold on, I got to pull this up. There we go. See this right here? This is my trying to do the chrome running boards, but you can't because it has to be in 3D. So the running boards, guys, it was a piece of chrome that went down and it came out like a step that you step up and it was chrome. So it's like a 3D effect. It was dope. And we was the first ones. I forgot who, I think I put it on first. Somebody put it on first. I don't remember if it was me or somebody else. I got the idea from somebody, but I remember I was like, oh, I am getting the chrome running boards on there. And this one was called the Mac Daddy. It's one of the most famous 98s of New York City crack era history. All right. So Mike Spencer said, you was the first one. All right, thank you, Mike. But I remember, because I remember where I got it from. So so I'm guessing I must have saw, when I saw it in the shop with the, I'm like, I want that on my joint. But yeah, I definitely was the first one with it on there. All right. So let me show you this one. Mike said, he said, I wish you posted the actual picture of that Buick. That joint was straight gangster. All right, thank you, Mike. So that's funny. I thought about you when I found the pic. I said, Mike, and I didn't know you was going to be here tonight. All right. So now, guys, now we're getting a little older. So now I'm probably around 16, right? With this car or whatever, right? So, and it's high school. So I'm driving this thing to high school and all that. Lime green. We got the white leather interior, the boom system. We the 98 posse. So my reputation is big. Now, Norm T. Now, remember, from the story I just told in the back of Hempstead High School, now I met Phil. Now we fast forwarding. This is a couple of years later. That same Phil that I met then, I would see him from time to time. If we in Roosevelt or we something, and every time I see him, he's getting bigger and bigger. Let me explain that to y'all. So when I met him, he was about 6'2", skinny. Every time I would see him after that, let's say 6 months, a year, right? He was getting bigger and bigger, meaning taller and heavier. Now, what I didn't know, let me scroll up a little. Mike Garcia wrote some things about him. Hopefully I could find him. There we go. Mike Garcia said Rambo had a mean kick game like Father K-Mel. I'm going to tell a story. That's Kenneth Hill, big brother of Father K-Mel, coming soon. Father K-Mel was known to kick karate. I didn't know Rambo had a kick game. I didn't know that, Mike. So Mike said Rambo had a mean kick game, kick your face off. That's that karate stuff I'm talking about. I didn't know that. Mike also said something else. He said, Norm T he said, there we go. Oh, I already did that. He said, I did that one. He said, I seen Phil slam a dude and then knock him out with a slap. I believe that because how hard he hit. All right. So now, all right. And Mike Garcia said that burgundy deuce and a quarter, though, we had some memorable sessions. So now before I had this 98 on the screen, I had a burgundy one, right? It was a Buick. He said we had some memorable sessions smoked out in there. That's what we did. So anyway, I'm not promoting that. We're just talking the ancient stuff. All right. So now I just told the story of when I met Phil. Now I would see him and he's getting bigger and bigger. And every time I would see him, now remember, I'm becoming like the crack, like I'm getting paper now. Like I'm becoming a crack king. Like we getting money. Like this is the crack era, guys. We in the 80s, right? We in the 80s. So now I'm like Rashawn, I'm the god. I'm starting to wear big chains and Fendi and Gucci and we got the 98, so we everywhere. So whenever I would see Big Phil, he was getting bigger and bigger. And he was just as wild. Every time I would see him, he was like, yo, what up? And I'm like, damn, pardon my language. Every time I would see him, I'm a man of the Most High, guys, so I don't cuss. I'm a minister, actually, I'm a minister now. I have a ministry and everything. All praise to the Most High. So every time I would see him, I'm like, damn, right? I'm like, yo, bro. He's like, yo. I'm like, this dude is getting bigger and bigger every time I see him. And he is just as wild as he was. So now, let's put it like this. I see him about a year later. Now he's 6'4", and he's Daughters of Yah. Could one of y'all bring me some tissue in here, please? Because I need to blow my nose. I don't got none in here. Anybody, if whoever's in the house, could y'all bring me some tissue, please? So I'm like, dude, he like, and he lifting weights, right? He like, yo, and now he's big. So one time, I think we were at White Castle. So White Castle in West Hempstead was the spot after the clubs. So after any party, any club, you got Roosevelt, Freeport, Suffolk County, all wine dance. You got Hempstead, Westbury, you got Queens, Brooklyn, you got everybody coming. Anybody can be at White Castle. Thousands of people in White Castle. So I remember one time I'm up at White Castle and I see Big Phil, right? Thank you. I see Big Phil, and he always would call me out. He'd be with a bunch of Roosevelt goons or whatever, and they were wild. They were some wild boys. And he would always like, yo, Ra. So I'm like, yo. And I remember I was up there, and I see somebody was like, yo, there go Rambo. So I'm like, ooh, Rambo, what a name, right? So I'm looking, I'm like, Rambo. And I look, and these dudes is walking up. It's about 3 or 4 of them. They big. And I'm looking, and I'm like, damn, look at these dudes, right? And I always have a gun, right? I always kept a gun, right? Because I wasn't as big as I am now. I was only probably 5'10", 5'11", probably 160 pounds soaking wet. You know what I mean? Yeah, after Lacey's, shout out Sugar Hill. Facts. After Lacey's roller skating ring, I got a Lacey story coming, right? So they walking through the park lot. I hear the dude say, yo, there go Rambo. So I'm like, I immediately like, who is Rambo, right? 'Cause I need to know who Rambo is, because that means I need to watch him. He could be a problem, right? Because remember, I got big chains on, right? I'm wearing big truck jewelry. And you know what I mean? I got the, the cars, the 98s and all this type stuff, right? So I need to know who's who, right? If somebody got a name Rambo, I need to know who that is. Who that name Rambo? Because I need to watch you. Hold on, it's not this folder. I was gonna show y'all a different. Oh, there go one. Let me show y'all this one. I can make y'all see it. I can't really see it, but I can make it bigger. Let me show y'all this one. So I got I'm walking around and I'm heavy always. So stop share, present, share screen, just receipts. You heard? For newer people who think like, man, who are you talking about? Nah. I got receipts for everything I'm talking about. So that's me during the crack era. Look at the side. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on, look at the size of that chain. And y'all see that? That's a big Mercedes emblem on it, right? I'm just making it big so y'all can see. Look at the size of that Figueroa. You heard? So I'm heavy. I'm always walk around heavy. You see? And a big Benz sign on it. You heard? And every image I show y'all is a different image with different big sets of chains on my neck. All right, so this is official. This ain't no made up stories. This ain't no ghost stories. All right. So when I hear somebody say, "Here come Rambo," I need to find out who Rambo, because whoever that is, he might be a contestant on this lead is coming to you. If you think it's soft, if you think it's sweet over here, because I'm not. That's why, guys. That's why I wanted to be 6'7", 350 pounds. Because I could walk around like this and ain't nobody, they just gonna be like, oh, here come big, what's her name, right? But when you only 5'10" and you weigh 160 pounds soaking wet, you got plenty brothers who might not know you, like, who that with all that, or they gonna try you if they can, unless somebody be around and say, nah, that's Ra. You know, he official. Nah, he good. You don't want to try Ra. You know what I mean? That's my people or whatever. So I'm always on swivel. You see what I mean? That's me. You heard? With the hat to the side, all that. You heard? Young boy. That's a unique house. Right? All right. So now I'm showing that image because I just want y'all to know. Right? So I'm in the parking lot and the dude say, here come Rambo. Right? So I'm like, who? You know, who that? Who named Rambo? So these big dudes come walking through the parking lot, and I'm like, and then all of a sudden, I hear, yo, Ra, I knew that was you. And I look, and I'm like, and then I see a dude run to him, run off they were by the phones, by the White Castle. You know how, guys, you come through the White Castle through the parking lot, and they have the phones before the front entrance. I seen the dudes be acting like little girls when they come to these big legends. I seen the dude run off the phone and go, Rambo. You think I'm lying? He ran. So I'm about to say out my mouth, yo, Big Phil. Because now I'm calling him Big Phil because he's getting bigger and bigger every time I see him. Yeah, Debo. So now I'm about, before I can say Big Phil, some dude run off the phone, Rambo. And he runs off the thing and run to him to give him a dap. Yo, what's up, Rambo? What's up, Rambo? Yeah, hide your chain, right? Right? Corey Wilson said, peace. You know why they call him Rambo? I don't know, Corey, if you got a story of why they call him Rambo, let me know. Unless you're just saying, do you know, y'all know why they call him Rambo, right? So if you know why they call him Rambo, let me know, Corey. Write it. I'll say it. So I'll explain it. I never know how he got that name Rambo. Yeah, he a fan. Oh yeah, plenty fans. That's one thing about being a legend in the hood. You get plenty fans, right? I had people that were my fans. No disrespect. I had people that literally would run up when my car pull up. They would run up and be like, Rashad, right? And I treat them as such, right? Because I'm a good, like, you know, I'm like, yo, what's up? Some of them I don't even know. That's what I'm talking about. It be people I have no idea who they are. They're like, yo, what's up, Rashad? Yo, you do it. And I just talk to them. He's like, yo. And later, somebody, my boys be like, who that? And some of my boys be mean, right? Some of them be like, yo. I be like, yo, man, leave him alone. Stop, right? Because sometimes I got goons with me, right? I went with some goons, right? Corey said, I know. All right. So I understand it's a legendary. That's why I said, just because you dark don't mean you ain't a legend. There's dark legends and light legends. So I know plenty dark legends that I grew up under, right? And I was one. I was a dark legend because I was in my darkness and I'm getting the money. Yeah, plenty of people grew up on me. They love me. Like, your cars and this, they have stories. And some of them just want to be in your presence. So I understand that. So it's kind of like being a celebrity, right? Imagine a celebrity, a rap star or something, and he go out and people who run up to him, he like, get away from me. Like, you won't love him no more, right? So I know how to, so I understand. Yeah, they're a fan. They run up to him, right? So I had people run up to me like that. So they ran up, Rambo, right? Right? And then, yo, Bo, yo. And I'm looking, I'm like, so now they walking up and he just, walking, him giving them that. So when he walk up, I'm standing there. So he like, yo, what up, Ra? So now he talking like that because he getting bigger and bigger. So now he ain't skinny Phil no more. So I was like, Rambo? He said, yeah, that's my name. I'm Rambo. I said, that is crazy. I said, that's a crazy name. That is fly. I said, I Rambo. He laughed. Right? He like, you all right? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. He's like, all right, let me know if you get a problem. I'm like, nah. I'm like, yo, I ain't got no problem, Phil. Rambo, right? He's like, I'm like, it's gonna take me a minute to call you Rambo, right? Because I'm used to calling him Phil, right? So I'm like, Rambo, he like laugh, and his boy, they go in, right? And he was a pretty boy too, a big one. So he had girls like him, everything. So they go in and everything, right? So now this is when I meet Rambo, right? So he's Rambo now, and it's official. He got his name it's just like Rambo here, Rambo. I'm just hearing his name. So now every time I hear Rambo, the name, I know who they talking about. So I hear a story, Rambo did this, and Rambo did this, and Rambo, and I'm like, oh, Phyllis, he's a beast. Like he's just running crazy. So now I'm gonna fast forward a little bit more. All right, here we go. Corey got it. I'm gonna put it on the screen, Corey. Corey said there was a situation where he was stuck in a building in Queens with the crew, and he actually broke through the walls, going through the other apartments to get away. Shots were being fired at the time, and he made sure everybody was out safely. So Rambo is what he was called. Corey, you and Mike Garcia be coming through in the clutch with these stories. Y'all be, I didn't know why he was called Rambo. I just liked the name. And now, Corey, I remember that story. When you literally said he broke through the walls, I remember that story. Corey said there was a situation where he was stuck in a building in Queens with the crew, and he actually broke through the walls going through the other apartments to get away. Shots was being fired, and at the time, he made sure everyone was out safely. So Rambo, he was called. Corey said, Lil Bump know that. Yes, and Mike, either next week or the week after, I'm telling Big Bump, Little Bump. And then I think I'm going to tell one more story, and then I'm going to go back. I'm going back in time. Y'all going to love that. I'm going back to the 70s in New York, hip hop and all that. But I'm going to tell Big Bump, Little Bump story, and I got one more story from the Heights. Either Steve Lawrence, I might do somebody from the Heights, Big H or something. And then I'm going to go back. But the big boom bass, all that's coming, guys. But I got something coming for the real big stories. So y'all just hold on for the big stories. All right. So, yes. So it makes sense. All right. I remember that story now, Corey. Thank you for that. All right. So Rambo. So now, every time I'm hearing Rambo, you just hear stories of this is Rambo. So I would see him from time to time because I used to work out. I started lifting weights, right? And Briley Park. Shout out to David Hutchison, Briley Park. And Rambo would come through the park. It was lift weights because he used to hang with this dude called Big D. And Big D was like 6'11", 12, or maybe 7 foot. Dark skin. The Most High did not play fair when he gave out genetics. I don't know what they put in the food in some of these Roosevelt cats. Corey said, do Steve, my brother. Yo, Corey, can you, if you can you get me a picture of Steve? If you can. I asked Raheem Rachel, but I don't think he could find one. If you can't, it's okay. If you can, Corey, get me a picture of Steve and inbox me the picture. So when I do Steve's story, I want to have an image of Steve. Yeah, I'm definitely doing Steve's story before we go back in the hood. Definitely, 110%. Steve Lawrence. RIP to the legend, Steve Lawrence, the dark street legend, Steve Lawrence, New York City. So Big D was almost 7 foot tall, right? Corey Wilson said Big D just retired from Nassau County Public Works. Okay, so Big D, pretty, smooth skin, handsome, tall, 7 foot tall, but lift weights. Got the nerve to be strong in diesel, but 7 foot tall. Genetics just ain't right. I'm like, the Most High is not, it's not okay. Unique said we was not liked in Roosevelt. Hold on, let me put that on the screen. Unique said we wasn't liked in Roosevelt. Oh no, and we used to stay in Roosevelt too. That's how you know we was crazy. That's how you know we about that life. We was not playing. We doing party shows all through, and they did not like us. Corey said he worked for the town of Hempstead, Big D. So Big D would work out in the gym in Briley. And Big Rambo He didn't have to work out. So at one time, Rambo did something and he got locked up in jail. I'm not sure if it was his first bid, but I know when he came home, he was a monster then. When he went to jail and came back, I guess he put on another 70 pounds and grew another 5 inches, 2 inches or something. Because he came back and he was monster ball. He was Rambo. He was a monster. I'm like, dude. I remember I saw him. I was like, I didn't know it was him. Because his neck was all big. And I said, Rambo? He's like, yeah, what up, Ram? I said, damn, Bo, what you... We call him Bo for short, right? For those who know him firsthand. I'm like, dang, Bo, what in the... Yeah, Ra, you know, and I'm like, man, I'm touching him like his arms are like this. Chest and just 6 foot, whatever, 7 or something, whatever. So he would come into Bradley Park because Big D would work out in Bradley Park. And Big D was like 6'11" or something and big muscles. And he was way in the sky. And I used to look up at him. And I don't think Big D liked me too much. He had no reason not to, but he never would speak. It was kind of like Gino. Shout out to Gino from Freeport before Kev Sullivan and me and Gino became homies. Gino used to hate me. He used to walk in the park with guns. Gino, I'll shoot everybody in this mother. Gino is hilarious. I'm looking at this dude coming in with a gun in the gym. We try to work out, right? So anyway, so Big D, I don't know, he wouldn't speak, right? I was just like, whatever, you know, because people knew, like Unique said, Roosevelt used to hate us, right? It was just a thing, right? So I don't know if he knew the nasty for us something, but he would never speak. And I'm just like, I was just in awe. I'm the type, I look at the big dudes, I just be looking at you like, dang, look how big he is. I don't know, I used to just be always, I wanted to be that big. That's because I always wanted to be that big. If it was up to me, I would probably be 6 foot, maybe 7, 6'5" and over, maybe 250 plus, 300, 250 plus. And I would work out and maybe have one missing tooth in the front. I'd be a Nephilim. I'd be like, well, nobody mess with you. I'd be like, yeah, what's up? What's up? Hey, everybody, what's good? Oh, because everybody's scared of you. Like, no matter where you go to jail, everybody's scared. What's up, big man? What's up? Right? They don't got to do nothing. They don't even got to fight or nothing. They just big. And because I always had to fight, right? Because I'm little, right? And so I always got to fight. And they be all big. It used to be big dudes that I could beat up. I know I'm not, they know they scared of me, but everybody's scared of them because they so big. And it ain't just fair. It's not fair, right? The most, it ain't fair. Life ain't fair. That's what I said. Life ain't fair. Get over it, right? So I just be enamored with the big dudes. I be looking like, yeah. It's this big dude in the gym. I went last week or something, some black dude, because I live in the most Hispanic neighborhood, right? And some big black dude, right? Looked like he's probably Caribbean or something. Might even be from Africa. He big. He walked in, he was probably about 6'5", right? But his shoulders, you know how his shoulders is like, I don't know, and then his legs, his calves was like, and he just walked. He said, what up? I said, damn. That'd be my reaction. I'd be like, dang. I'm like, man, I wish I was that big. Right? I just always wanted to be, and I just, I look at him, he walking around, I'm like, maybe, because, whenever you black, we do this, because, it's not really a lot of blacks. So, whenever I see somebody else black, we on code, right? Because it'd be a bunch of Hispanics in there, right? So this dude is huge, right? And people come up to you. I have people come up to me because I'm big, but I'm not, but I have people come to me, hey, big man, this. But when you that big, I see people walk up to him, right? And then they put on all the plates. So he put on 5 plates to bench and get down there and be like, bing, 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 put it up. I'm like, God, boy, these dudes is huge. All right, so anyway, let me get back to Bo. So as I see in Rambo now, he's getting bigger and bigger every time I see him. But his demeanor to me is not changing. every time I see him, he's showing me the same love since the first time that I was introduced to him at Hempstead High School with Norm T. And now I'm getting money. Like his reputation of Rambo is Rambo. My reputation, I'm the guy Rashawn. So I'm running around heavy. And this is the time where you can't walk. You gotta, like, this stick up kids, dudes is robbing people. It's war. Roosevelt don't like me, Freeport, like, so I'm around. So it's like we at White Castle, it's situations where it be a whole goon. It's like on. But every time I would see him, it ain't one time I ever saw him, he'll break his neck. He'll stop everything and be like, yo, Ra, you good? I'll be like, yeah, I'm good, Bo. All right, you need something, let me know. And when he would do that, people would look. That's why I love my boy Bo so much. One thing I love is when people keep it real. When they keep it real, thank you, Dolores Shaw, when they don't have to. It's one thing when people keep it real when you in power, right? When you got the upper hand. But it's another thing when people keep it 100 with you when they got the upper hand and they don't have to, but they don't change on you. They don't switch up. That's why when I did the story with Little Divine, at that time when he was in jail and he was all big and they were all scared of him, and he went out his way and said, yo, Ra, I respect that more than anything. Sugar Hill said, that's him. If he mess with you, you good for sure. Guys, shout out to Sugar Hill. So one thing he never, ever fronted on me. And it's no matter where I saw him, I could see him in Roosevelt with all his goons. I could see him wherever. Shout out to Lucky Ra. Shout out to Raheem Rayford in the building. He said, Bo, definitely my big bro. All right. So he said, hold on, let me put his on the screen. This is giving flowers to my boy, Big Bo, my heart. And that's Sugar Hill. He said, that's him. If he mess with you, you good for sure. Give my flowers to my bro, Big Bo, while we all still alive. He never fronted on me, ever. I don't care if I was in the rival hood. I could be in Roosevelt and there could be a bunch of goons and they looking like they ready to come down and I'm gripped up and I'm ready. And he look and he see me, he'd be like, yo, Ra, what's going on? I'd be like, yo, Bo, I don't know, man. These dudes, nah, that ain't happening. Nah, he'll step to him. Not him. That's mine. That's my boy. That's mine. I'll be like, yo, Bo, nah, put that away. You good, Ra. All the time. That's why I love him so much to this day. Love you, Bo. Facts. All right. Now, White Castle was this crazy place that we would all go to and it could go down at White Castle. Every hood was there and it got ugly at White Castle. And now I think this story I'm going to tell is past the 98, my car on the screen, my famous 98. But I'll put that on the screen because that's when this car is when I started growing and started hustling and started become this legend known for wearing all this stuff, and you got to be official wearing it. And I wanted to say that because there was times that Bo, he ran with a crew of monsters and they was robbing and stealing, right? Statute of limitations. I'm not saying he did anything. Nothing I'm saying involves a murder or a killing. And so there's the statute of limitations for any times we beat up people, anything we did, statute of limitations been ran out. Because I'm talking stories of the early 90s and the 80s. So I ain't speaking on no murders or nothing. All right, we don't incriminate nobody. But some of the dudes he ran with was so official and they was putting it down. So for me to be wearing all that heavy stuff, it been times right? So I'm saying it because as I start to grow, he was growing in his reputation of Rambo, and he never fronted on me. All right. So now let's let me stop share, present, share screen, window, back, share. Now, the thumbnail. The reason why I put in the thumbnail this car right here, that's Big Bo right there nowadays. Look at Big Bo. Looking good, Bo. He's still huge. I can see his neck and everything. I know he's still big. See this car right here? That's Bo in this white Bronco. I think it was a Bronco. It looked like this. It was just what this truck is famous. This truck is synonymous with Rambo. Right? I remember used to be in White Castle parking lot, and I remember brothers like, here come Bo, here come that white Bronco, and I see people literally tuck their chains in. You think I'm playing? I seen it. I seen people tuck their chains in when that white Bronco came into that White Castle parking lot. Facts. I seen people tuck their chains, right? Yo, Rambo, right? So now, we in White Castle parking lot. I think I had my Fendi Audi 5000. I think it's past, because I'm fast forwarding. I'm past the 98 posse days. I'm in full-fledged God Rashawn mode, getting all type of money. I'm wearing all type of heavy everything. I got the Fendi Audi, all that, right? Audi with Fendi all over it. Audi 5000, gold rims, all that, right? So I just remember we at White Castle, and we go in, we coming from something. It's a parking lot party, right? So you pull in the car, you drive around a couple of times, let people see the car, then you find a parking spot, usually have girls, people coming up, you know, my boys, everything, right? So we get, yeah, he straight got the OJ special. So we straight, I walk in, I go, and you go up to the White Castle to go inside, see who inside. So I remember we parked the car, and we walked up, and I got all the chains slinging, shing, 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 right? I got all heavy. I probably got on the Fendi or Gucci suit, a big coat or something, whatever. I'm Floss King. Facts. Gordy is all outdoors. Now, Gordy was my middle name. It's just what I was, right? So I'm walking up, shing, shing, and then I remember the door opened, boom, like, and you hear noise, and some dudes walk out, and I look, and it's Bo. Big Rambo. He big. He huge. He at his biggest. And the door opened, and they all loud. And then he turned, and he looked, and I'm like, Bo! He like, yo, raw! I'm like, what's good, Bo? So I walk up, we by the phones, like, but when the entrance to the White Castle, he like, yo, raw! He always do this. So he give me a hug, and I'm like, Bo, man, you like, he'll squish you, like a bear hug. I'm like, Bo, bro, you too big, bro. He like, yo, what up, you good, raw? I'm like, yeah, I'm good, Bo, what you doing? He said, nothing, ain't nothing. I'm like, all right, you out? He said, yeah, I'm out. I'm like, all right, Bo, love you too, bro. And then I go in White Castle, right? So we go in White Castle, and we in there, we just in there to see who in there. I ain't getting no food or whatever. We in there to floss. Then all of a sudden, you just hear, yo, fight outside or something, right? So I'm like, yo, whoa. So, I'm heavy, so I got to go out. So, I grip on the gun. I think I left the gun in the car or something like that. So I'm like, okay, we got to get to the car. You know what I mean? Because it's a fight. I don't want nobody coming after me. You know what I mean? And I think the gun is in the car. So I'm like, so we go out the doors, and I'm like, all right, we need to get to the car so we can get the ratchet. I need the ratchet on my hip, right? Because we don't know what's going down. So we get outside, and then we make our way through, and it's a crowd of people, right? So it's a big group of dudes, probably about 7 or 8 of them, right? They in a posse, and I don't know them. I don't know if they from Westbury. I don't know if they from Suffolk County out there in Wyandanch and stuff, or if they from Brooklyn or Queens or from Roosevelt. I don't know this. They ain't from Hempstead. I don't know this group. And it's about 7 of them. And they rowdy, you know. So I'm like, okay. So when we came out, when they see me walking, I seen, so that now it's on. I seen one of them turn and they looked at me, and I'm like, crap, I ain't got my gun. And so the dude turned, he hit the other one, he turned and he pointed, and I looked like, what? So I just stood, right? I stood and I put my hand like, and stopped, like what? And they looked. Now I'm fronting. Sometimes you better act the part. That's why you got to know. It's all, you keep your swivel, right? So I stopped, like, and then the other one looked, and then they just turned back around. I'm like, yeah. So now I'm like, okay, now we got to get to the car, right? Because I got to get the actual ratchet. So we beeline through the parking lot. So I get to the car, open the car, I grab the ratchet under the seat, I stack, I stuff it. So now I'm like looking at, I'm like, now I want to bring it to them, right? But I'm the type, I can let things pass because I used to be a stick of a kid in my past. So I understand it's part of the game, right? I don't take things personal. Now, if he would have touched me and said it, then it would have been on. So I'm like, you know what I mean? And I'm always thinking, why? Because I'm getting money, and if I, initiate and shoot him, now the police, people going to say, right, Sean shot him, and I'm always play things out. So I never let my emotions supersede my intelligence. I always think things through for the most part. Sometimes I lose it. So when I got the ratchet, I looked and I wanted, and I'm like, you know what? I play things out because I'm going to shoot them if they act up. Now, everybody, and people are going to tell because people are like, Rashawn shot him, Rashawn. Next thing you know, the police come in, I'm done. Now I'm getting all this money and I'm playing everything back, my kids and everything. It's not worth it, right? So, but now I got the thing on my hip. So now we stand there. Now we good. Now we want to see what's about to happen. So all of a sudden, I'm like, yo, what's going on? Like, because everybody crying. I'm like, yo, what's happening? They're like, yo, them dudes over there, they got beef with Rambo. So I'm like, Rambo? They're like, yeah. I said, my Rambo? Because I used to claim Bo. Bo is my heart, right? So I'm like, hold up, my Rambo? They're like, yeah, Rambo. From Roosevelt? Yeah, Bo. So I'm like, who got beef with Bo? So I looked at them, I'm like, Bo would knock all of them. Bo would fight all of them. Right? It takes 5 people to fight Rambo. Facts. I'm like, so guys, now at this point, he's about 300 pounds, probably, like 280. He's about 6'5", 6'6", or whatever, 7, whatever tall he is. But the thing about it is he's just as fast as he was when he was skinny. And he got that same energy and he's on that same time. Do you understand? But instead, it's in the package of a monster. All that quick energy, on go, ready to set it at any second. It's all encompassed in a 300-pound, 6'5" package that's just as fast as he was when he was 170, 80 pounds. So I'm like, first of all, Rambo he'll probably take all 5 of them by himself, and they weren't little. That's just how official Bo was, right? So, or is. So I'm like, so already they wanted to set it on me. And I'm like, oh, they got beef with Bo? Oh, it's going down, right? So I was like, where he at? They was like, yo, he left. Oh, what you mean he left? They like, yo, they something happened. They said it, and something happened. They got into a squabble or something, and people broke it up. They broke it up, and they told Rambo no. They was telling him no. His crew, all his crew, they stopped him, and he was mad, and he went and got in his Jeep. He got in his Bronco, and he peeled out of the parking lot. And they said when he peeled out of the parking lot, he was so mad, he almost ran people over in the parking lot. So I was like, he was that mad? Like, yeah, he was mad. So I was like, so I looked over, I'm like, and my thought, I said, Bo coming back. That was my first thought. I was like, Bo coming back. because I know his personality, his temper. There's no way he can go away and cool off and just let that go. Not nobody trying to, not that he got into a beef and set it on somebody, not him, not Bo. He's not. That's why I said later I found out he was what you call a Scorpio. I said, now that makes sense because things don't get let go with Scorpios. That's why you need to master that thing because you can't let something go. It plays over in your head. It's like a torment to a Scorpio, what they call Scorpio, those who born in that range, right? So I'm like, there's no way Bo not coming back. And the minute I said that, all of a sudden you hear screaming. And you look, and these people just scream and run, and this white truck. So everybody from Hempstead, and if y'all was in this White Castle Park, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Y'all remember this scenario. This white truck come in the parking lot, boom, because you come in like you move, right? And you see a bunch of people screaming out the way, and it's going like, and it's barreling in, and people, it will mow anybody over that's in the way. All you see is people fleeing left and right, screaming like, girls, guys, whatever, as this Bronco screams into the parking lot like 70 miles an hour or something. Woof, come over the bridge, and it's like, it came over the hump where you got to go in and like bouncing, and it's just boom, and it goes, and it sees the group of those dudes, they're standing in the parking lot. Yeah, it jumped the car, it just beeline towards them, woo, and you hear him press the gas, and I was like, oh my, and all you could see is Rambo in the truck. Big, 300, 200 pounds, whatever big he is, 200 plus pounds, like with the steering wheel in this white truck, just he just pressed that gas, and they took off, the whole crowd, and whoo, and he just missed them, and then he and turned, right, the truck, he turned, they flew, and then he woo, so the other dudes started to run, so they scattered, so one tried to run this way, and he turned the truck, woo, and as he's trying to mow down this dude, there are people. The parking lot is full of hundreds of people. And all I could see through his, because he had tints, but it wasn't that dark. All I could see is his face. And his face was squished up, and it was in tint. He turned that wheel, and he was like, whoa, and I'm like, and everybody's just running for their lives. People are diving out the way, and he don't even see nobody. He is just like, and the dude went and dive over the car, and then he see another group. Some of them ran this way, and he turned the truck. Whoa! I'm like, bro! And I'm like, we gotta run. So everybody, he don't see nobody. He gonna hit anybody in his way. And we ran. There's a fence, and I remember we ran on the other side of the fence, and I'm like, I hope he don't hit my car, because there's cars parked all over, and he don't care about this Bronco. He don't care about, he gonna smash your car. He don't care about nothing. And he's going through the parking lot trying to mow them down, and I think he hit cars and all that, and he don't care. He's banging, because this Bronco, he don't give a crap about. Bo was never materialistic. He wasn't materialistic. He don't care. He don't have to have the big bins with he don't care about all that. Bo was just raw. He just fly and all that, but he mowing stuff and going through, and he went back through the other side. He went out into the street, and everybody's trying to get their car and move it because he hit a car, and people are just screaming, and the girls are screaming, and he come again. He come back in. So then he came back in, right? He pulled it in, and he just stopped it. And the door opened, and he opened the door, and he got out, and he said, "You mother effers, who wanted with me? Who wanted with me?" And I'm looking at, I'm like, Bo is crazy. And he got out, and he got back. a bat. For those who was there, y'all was there. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. He had a bat. Now this big 6'7", 300-pound monster got a bat. And he see them. And he starts to run through the crowd. And and the dudes is running and he's like, boom, he's swinging that bat. Bang! Catching him, clip one, shoom! He went off his feet in the air. This dude, he clipped him off the feet in his air. This dude went up and so he clipped him off his feet, boom, because the dude tried to run and his legs went up in the air and before he hit him out the air. Boom! And I'm like, now guys, this dude is like he is big and strong. So and then he kicks up, and then the other dude tried to run. Boom. And then some dude stepped in. I remember the dudes tried to run. Somebody clipped another dude. Whoop, stick his foot out. Got you, bro. Rambo ran. Boom, hit him with the bat. Ran, grabbed another dude. He was trying to grab. Them dudes is running for their life. And I'm like, yo, bro. So it's like, all he see is red. He going crazy, swinging the bat. He's screaming, whoa, you don't want it with me. Whoa. He just like, I said, Dak, I ain't never seen him that crazy. He is a beast with this bat. And he running, right? So the dudes, so now he tore up about 3 or 4 of them, beat them, banging them with the bat as they running away and people getting them away and people stopping Bo because they like, Bo, no, you'll kill him because if you catch one in the head, because the way he swing, so everybody love Rambo, so they trying to stop him, right? No, Bo, no, you can't hit these dudes with these bats. You hit them with your hand, you might kill one of them. More or less a bat. So everybody trying to stop him, and he like, get off me. I remember he was flipping. I remember I walked up too. We went up, and he's like, don't nobody touch me. Don't know. Everybody backed up. I'm like, oof. I'm like, yo, y'all better back up. I'm like, y'all better back up. He's like, don't nobody touch me. Get away from me. Nobody touch me. And like, so I remember I was like, yo, Bo, man. Bo, bro. You can't, Bo. They just love you, Bo. Don't nobody want you. He's like, nah, Ra. He said, get away. Everybody get away. I'm like, damn. I'm like, I can't stop him. You know what I mean? I'm like, he mad, bro. He really mad. So I remember backing up. I'm just like, yo, y'all back up. You know what I mean? He looked at me, he's like, nah, Ra. Nah. I'm just like, let him do him. I'm like, he mad. So I remember backing up. So he going through. Now the dudes is getting their way into cars and they making their way out of there. So I just remember he was mad because some of the dudes helped him to get out of there. So he was like, you helped them? And they was like, no, Bo. No, I was trying to help you, Bo. You can't, you kill him. He's like, nah. So somebody grabbed him. Nah, Bo. You can't. He ready to hit people he know because they helped him, but they was really trying to help Bo because they don't want him to kill. They don't want him to kill one of them. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, Bo, if you catch one of them the right way with that bat, they're going to die, bro. You know what I mean? He's like flipping on his people from Roosevelt. Nah, you helped him. Nah, you want it? You want it? I said, damn, Bo. I'm like, so I remember I'm like, yo, Bo, nah. He's like, nah, bro. They trying to help him. They're trying to help him. I'm like, nah, bro, Bo, they love you, man. Don't nobody love me. I'm like, yes, we do. That's crazy. It's a crowd like, yes, we do. He just pissed, bro. He mad. I ain't never seen him that mad. He was mad. So then after that, the dudes left. So now it's so funny. He walking around with the bat, right? So now he calm him down a little bit, right? So he's walking around. So everybody back in the parking lot is kind of calming down a little. His truck, this Bronco is still parked in the middle of the thing with the doors all wide open, right? He got the doors all open. It's just parked all crooked. So he walking around. So he's calming down though, right? So I remember he was walking around. So I remember walking up to him. So I'm like, all right, he looked calmer. So I remember I walked up to him. So I'm like, yo, Bo, you all right? He's like, nah. man, I don't, he's like, don't nobody mess with me. Don't you know, I said, I know, Bo. I'm like, who them? And I don't know who they was or something. I don't remember what he said or something, but I just remember I said, Bo, you could have beat them with your hands. And this is what I remember. And he gonna remember this. If he might not, because he was blacked out. But he looked at me and he said, Ra, I ain't fighting nobody. I said, nah, I ain't fighting nobody no more. I said, what? I said, Bo, you could have knocked all them out. He said, they lucky I ain't have a gun. He said, I ain't fighting no more. He said, you see this bat? He said, I ain't fighting nobody getting these hands no more. And I was like, that stuck with me. Because I'm like, but Bo, you like 6 foot. He said, I ain't fighting nobody no more. I was like, whoa. I remember that. He said, I ain't fighting nobody no more. And I knew, I said, whoa. He said, hey, lucky I didn't have a gun. I said, dang, Bo, you don't need a gun. I needed a gun, right? I'm 160 pounds. He wasn't having it. He said, I ain't fighting nobody no more. I remember that. So, for those who remember that White Castle story, that was when Bo said, I remember he ain't fighting nobody no more. Now, fast forward. No, go backwards. Let me go back again. This is at the time I was still in high school. It's Rambo. And let me present, share screen, window, share. It's the last story. So I had this car, the 98. I'm in high school. This was a time when there was these shoes that came out in New York. And they were like patent leather, right? And then they had like some suede on it or something. They had like black rubber bottoms. I don't know what they were called. I don't know why we was rocking these, but they became fly at this time, these shoes. And I never wore shoes. I was a boot, Timberland, and sneaker dude. I never wore shoes. But for some reason, I liked these shoes. They was in the Coliseum on Jamaica Avenue, and everybody was rocking them. They were fly. And they made a new style of these shoes when I was on Jamaica Avenue shopping. And they had the patent leather around the bottom, shiny black, and they had this crisscross suede and leather design across the top. And I was like, those are fly. And I think I was with Pam. I remember she was like, those are pretty. I'm like, yo, I'm getting them. She's like, you don't even wear shoes. I said, but yep. Yeah, this is the last story, y'all. I said, yep, but I'm getting those. So, they weren't British Walkers. This is after British Walkers, way after. This is way after that. Not Playboys, not Brit. This is way after Victoria's rhyme. Shout out to British Walkers. When I go back in time, y'all gonna know about British Walkers. Well, y'all know what Wallabies are. British Walkers, Playboys, Swedish Knits and Plaids. Y'all gonna know some stories. Y'all gonna know, all right? But no, this is way after that. There was some shoes. It's just this era. It was this time period, right? So I bought the shoes, right? And so I would wear them every now and then. And I would get dressed up a little, be fly, because the shoes were so fly. Girls loved them. So, and I never wear shoes, so I bought them, right? So they wasn't no hard bottoms now. They had rubber soles and stuff, right? So they were all black bottoms and all that. But whatever. I don't even know what they were called. So I remember this time I was in my car, and I went to school and I wore those shoes. So I was dressed up. So whenever I wear them, I'll be dressed fly, real fly. And the shoes were fly. So this is the car I was in. So when I was driving this car, I never had a license. So all those years, I was driving with no license illegally. Y'all learn that story later, right? So all those cars I had, I never had a license. So when they would pull me over, I would get locked up. But I used to be able to pay my way out because before they made the 511 charge a felony, meaning driving with suspended license, I would be able to pay the money and I would come home the same day. So I wouldn't have to go to jail. I would, get locked up. They would send me through. And once I get to the judge, I would pay whatever fine or whatever and get my way out. But now, in these years, they started to make driving with suspended license a felony, a 511. And so now whenever the cops would pull us over in this car, that's why I would let people drive my car and I'd be on the passenger side. That's why I said I didn't like that Scrubs song. The Scrubs is on the passenger side. I used to hate that. I'm like, some of us that own the cars on the passenger side. Some of us let our boys drive because we want to chill out. Stupid TLC making some scrubs. You a scrub. Shout out to my dudes who don't got the car that got to be on the passenger side. What, they can't get no love? Miss us with that. I ain't with that smoke. So anyway, so whenever we would go places and I would drive, whenever they would pull me over, they would lock me up. I would always get arrested because I didn't never have a license. So the minute and they're going to pull this car over. So you see how flashy this car is? Cops see this, they want to pull it over. So I'm coming from school, right? Yeah, I'm driving this to school. I had a couple of cars in school. So I'm coming from school and I've got, I'm fly. I got the shoes on. And before I got to the projects, it wasn't far from Hempstead High School to Parkside Projects. Here come this cop. Whoop, whoop. And I'm like, oh, and that means I'm going to jail. Right? I'm getting locked up. Unless I can talk the dude out of it, once he run, I ain't got no license, they locking me up. And then the car goes to the impound. I got to do all this money. It just was my life. So this dude pulled me over. So now I'm trying to talk him out of it. And he's kind of going for it. But then he looks and he like, what is that? Because I'm talking to him and I'm like, sorry, sir, I'm going to school and I'm doing this and I'm being nice and I'm so sorry. I live right here and I'm trying to get my license and I got this and I got to do this when I was 16 and then I'm trying to, and he's going for it a little bit. So I'm like, okay, good. I might be okay. He might just let me park the car. So then he said, what is that? And I look and pork chop, what we call this big knife, is sticking out of the armrest. Pork chop is sticking out. And I look down and I'm like, oh. He said, is that a knife? And I'm like, officer, he said, pull it out. He said, and I lifted, he said, lift the seat rest thing. I lift the seat rest thing. He said, pull it up. And I pull it up and he said, the knife was this big. It wasn't a 007, it was a 0099. It was the big one we call pork chop. The blade was this big. When you open the blade comes out like this big and that tall, wide. And it folds. It's big and gold and brown wood. It's huge. That was pork chop. He said, damn. When I pulled it up, he said, what is that? He said, sorry, you going to jail. And I said, no, please. He said, And so he locked me up and charged me with the weapon, with the knife. Now that's a knife, right? She said, I should have said I was going fishing. I'm Crocodile Dundee. Now that's a knife, right? That's what you should have said. Now that's a knife, right? So that thing, he was like, oh, you going to jail, right? That thing is huge. You tried to kill a doggone lion with that thing. But that was protection, right? I'm like, it is what it is, right? I'm taking off arms with that, facts, right? So he locked me up. All right. So now I'm going to jail. So now I get to the court and I'm thinking, okay, now I got to pay this thing. But the judge is like, oh no, he got aggravated, suspended license 511. Now they got new law since the last time they caught me driving. Now I should take a lot of back streets or let my boys drive. And I'll be on the passenger side all the time, right? So whoever got a license. So that's why whoever had a license loved to be with us because they get to drive the car, whichever car I'm riding in, right? So unless I want to stunt, then I get in, like whatever. So So now I get to the judge, and he like, oh no, you going to jail. And I'm like, but I got money. And I'm like, oh crap. So now I'm going to jail. So now they lock me up. I got to go to Nassau County Jail. So I go to jail. And when they lock me up, when they do the processing, when they take me over to processing, and they're going to take me to the county jail, I realize, uh-oh, I got shoes on. I got these shiny patent leather with suede shoes. I ain't got Timbs. I ain't got sneakers. I got on these shiny shoes. Right? And I never wear stuff like that. I just did it because the girls loved those shoes. Girls was into those. They was like, every dude, they be like, oh, he's so fly. And I remember Pam was like, you need to get those. You're going to look so good. And they did. I liked them too, but I wasn't into shoes, right? Even though they didn't have hard bottoms. But she was wanting me to see me in them. You're going to look so fly. I got them and they look fly. I put them on like, oh, these are fly. So my butt is going to jail with some shiny shoes. Going to jail with patent leather shoes. Oh, you done lost your mind. Well, listen. So I go to jail, right? You had the one pockets on. I got some shoes on. Y'all deal it? Right? So I go to jail now. When you go to Nassau County, it wasn't like Rikers. They take your clothes. So it would have worked better if I would have had my clothes on, because you could see I'm dressed for the shoes and it fits. What I got on matches the shoes. I'm fly. It looks good. But they take your clothes when you go to Nassau County Jail and they give you orange uniform. Right? And this before they gave you pataki. They at this time, they let you keep your sneakers. You could wear your shoes. Later they gave you these shoes, patakis to wear or something or whatever. Right? So, but they gave me this orange uniform. So I got the orange jail uniform. So I remember when they put me in the orange uniform, I looked down and everybody's looking at my shoes. Because first of all, they really nice, they kind of expensive, and they brand new shiny. Now, when you go to jail, if you got on something really expensive or really nice, you're going to stand out because people want to take your stuff. See, understand something? If you go to jail and you got some brand new Timbs or some brand new Jordans, some brand new, you better know somebody or something, because somebody's coming to take your stuff. So everybody's looking at my shoes, right? Even the dude who gave out the uniform, he said, man, them some dope shoes, bro. And then the white boy who giving out the uniform, he said, "There's some dope shoes, bro." He's like, "Good luck." Right? And I knew what he meant, right? He like, "Good luck." And I'm like, oh, because I'm little, right? Because I'm only probably 160 pounds. I'm only like 5'10" or 11. I'm little. I'm not working out. I'm not lifting weights. You know, I'm getting all this money and I'm official in the streets, but I ain't got no gun in there. So, you know, I'm not a big, like, that's why I said I always wanted to be 6'5", 300 pounds. So nobody will mess with you. But when you 5'10", 160 pounds, oh, they coming to mess with you if they want to. You better know something or know somebody, right? So the white dude was like, those some really dope shoes. Good luck. Right? And I'm like, so my thing was like, man, who you talking to? I don't need no luck. You know who I am? Right? That was my thing. Like, you know who I am? Now, I wasn't a punk, right? So I'm going to fight. But dudes be big in jail. You know what I mean? And you got the roughest of the rough. Now, I'm tough. I'm a street dude. But you got some real street dudes in jail. Let me tell y'all something. Jail is another level. In prison, you got the craziest of the crazies, the thuggest of the thugs, the toughest of the tough, the goonest of the goons. Whatever it is, you got something that'll match it in jail. It is what it is. Now, I'm tough, but I already know it's a 6'5", 300-pound dude in there who like, I'm tough too, right? Right? I'm tough at 5'10", 160, but it's a 6'7", 300-pound dude that say, I'm tough. Right? I'm like, okay, well, we about to be tough because I'm going to fight you to the death. You heard? Facts. If I got to bite you, I'm going to bite you. Right? So I'm going to fight. Right? So the dude is like, good luck with those shoes. Right? So I understand what he mean, but I'm mad. Who are you talking to, white boy? Some good luck. You know who I am? Right? But I ain't say nothing, but my face say it all. Right? So I'm like, tripping. Be good luck. I said that, like, good luck. Tripping. Right? You must don't know who I am, right? So they process me, right? So now they take me over and they take you to the jail. Now, I don't know what it is, but they got me in the main jail. The main jail, the main building with the cages. I'm not going to the dorms or the satellite, where it's lesser charge. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was, I don't know what, but I'm stuck in the main jail. They got me in the main jail. Shout out to Brooklyn Red in the building, Flatbush, Brooklyn. So that's where the cage is, with the crazies of the crazies, the big, those who doing a lot of killers and all that type of stuff. Higher bails, no bail and stuff, right? Killers. So I'm like in the main jail. So once I got there, I remember my, I had just got there something and they called me for a visit or something. I'm like, a visit or something. I'm like, who is, and for some reason, my sister, Arlene, she was coming, she found out for somebody that I got locked up. She was already coming to see me, to find me, because she wanted me to go meet my biological earth mother and my family from Brooklyn and the Bronx. So she wanted, they was doing a family reunion in Co-op City in the Bronx, where my family lived. My family's from Brooklyn and the Bronx, right? My family's from Bed-Stuy, my mom's, my dad's from Hempstead. So she wanted me to go to the family reunion and meet my birth mother and my brothers and cousins and all my Brooklyn family and all that. And so she was coming to say that, to meet me to say that. So they called me for the visit. I'm like, a visit? How somebody even know I'm here? So now they take me to go to the visit. And when you go down, they walk you down and there's like cages, right? So as they're walking me down, I'm walking, the police is walking me, right? And I'm walking, there's cages. And so I'm walking and they stop me. They say, stop, right? So they walk in, a couple of us who are walking, and then they're going to put us in a cage so that we can wait. And then they strip search us and let us go on the visit. But we have to wait in the cage. So they stop me in front of this cage. So I stop. And so all of a sudden I hear, oh, those is mines. Those is mines. So I turn, I look, and the dude is looking at me. So there's a black dude in the cage, kind of big a little bit, dark skin. That's why I say black, dark skin dude. You can tell he grimy. He like, yeah, Igor, those is mines. And I looked down and I said, oh, he talking about my shoes, guys. This dude want my shiny shoes. I got on shiny shoes. This dude, I said, oh, you talking? He said, yeah, I'm talking to you. He like, those mines, nigga. So I said, oh, these yours? He said, yeah. He said, I'm taking those. I said, nigga, who you think you talking to? Now, he bigger than me, right? But I don't care. I don't care if I weigh 130 pounds. I don't care. I'm not sure. I ain't never backed down. I ain't no punk. I ain't never been a punk, right? So I said, man, you the Lord. I said, oh, you think you getting these? I said, yeah, they yours then. I said, come on, you're going to get it in blood then. Let's go. Get it. He said, oh, yeah. Oh, you a live one, huh? I said, that's right. Get it in blood. We gonna get it. He said, all right, it's going down. Them mine, nigga. I'm gonna beat the blood out you. I'm gonna take those and I'm gonna make you eat them. I said, all right. Facts. So I'm looking at him. I'm like, all right. I got a rough one on my hand because he big. You know, he been in there. You could tell he been in there. He been working out and all that. He dark skinned. You could tell he a goon, grimy. I don't know where he from. So I'm thinking he from Roosevelt because most of the people, they put me on Roosevelt tier. So in the section where I'm at, most of them was Roosevelt. So now I'm standing there. So then he like, yeah. He said, yeah, wait till they take us back. He said, I know where you at. He said, I know where you at. You're on my tier. Now, I'm in his house, but I didn't know it. So he been scheming on my shoes, but I didn't see him. I don't know him, right? I seen everybody, but I don't, I didn't remember, him like that. He said, yeah, you're on my tier. Wait till you get back. He said, those mine, I'm gonna make you eat them. So I'm like, man, you must, whatever. Yeah, we'll see. So then they walk us up past. He like, all right, I see you on the tier in my shoes. You'll see. So they walk us past, and then they walk us back. They walk us there. They stop. Then say, all right, go back. So we went back. Now we back in front of the gate again. I'm like, oh. So he like, yeah, you ussy. I said, boy, let me tell you something. I said, you must don't know who I am. I said, even if you do get a win in here, I said, I'm going to find out where you're from. I'm going to find you. I said, yeah, all right, I'm on your tier. I said, okay, you must be from Roosevelt then. He said, that's right, Velt Villain. I said, that's why you don't know me. I said, I'm from Hempstead. I said, it'll be smart for you to do your homework first. I said, but it's all right. I'm in your world. I'm on your tier. I said, but I'm going to find you, even in the world. He said, you ain't got to find me. I'm going to find you. I said, all right, Mr. Tough Guy. It's going down. So I'm like, it's going down. So now I'm preparing mentally. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to have to figure out. So I'm going to take this dude out. If they jump me, they jump me, right? But I'm going to get this dude, right? This dude ready to take my shoes. Like I'm somebody to play like that. You're going to take mine. Come on, you done lost your mind. I done put in too much work in the streets. I done put in too much, my reputation. Bro, I'm Hempstead. I'm from Parkside. You done lost your mind, bro. I ain't going out like Willie Lump Lump. Somebody must have done told you wrong. I ain't going out like Willie Lump Lump. I'm Rashawn. I got an image. I'm from Parkside. I'm sorry. I'm from Hempstead. We don't go out like that. I ain't going out like that. Facts. Anthony Sweet said, you tried to tell them facts, right? So, all right. So then they come on. They take us. They put me in a cell next to his cell because he thought I was going in his cell because he kept saying, watch, when they put you in here, right? And I'm like, all right. I'm saying, okay. Because he's like, watch, when they put you in, I said, okay, watch, let them put me in there. Put me in there. So I told the guard. So the guard said, excuse me, CO. I said, put me in there. I want to go in there. He's like, shut up. Who do you think you are? You don't tell nobody. I'm like, whatever. So I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh, you tough. I said, yeah, I want to come in there. I said, yeah. Because I'm like, bro, who you think? I don't care that you big. It's going down. I'm ready to fight this dude, right? Trying to take my shoes, bro. I don't like bullies. And I don't like that type of stuff. I just don't like bullies. I never did, right? So I'm like, not just in my manhood, my pride, all that. And I don't like bullies. You're bullying people, right? I don't like that, right? So I'm like, whatever. So now when they go, they say, they're like, you, so they take us, they take him, you go in there. They put the other dude in there, another dude in there, they say, we putting you here. And that CO did it on purpose because he knew I wanted to go in there. So he probably heard all the thing. So he put me in the cell next to him, the waiting cell, right? So I'm like, because I wanted to go in there. Facts. I wanted to go fight him, get it over with. Because I don't want to go up on the tier because I go on the tier, when I fight you, they're going to jump me. but I'm willing to get jumped, but I'm about to do him. But if in here, whatever, I'm ready to get it on. Let's get it on, tough guy, right? I ain't scared of you because you big. So they put me in the cell next to him, right? So when they put me in the cell next to him, he banging on the thing. Yeah, you scared? So I went on the gate. So he on the gate, and he's gate right there. So I said, bro, I'm not scared of you. I said, I'm telling you one more time, you need to find out who you are, who I am first. Because I'm telling you, bro, I'm getting you. I'm getting you when we get home in the street. I'm going to find you. So if you harm me in here, I'm going to find you in the street. You're like, ain't nobody no care who you is. Ain't nobody. I'm like, all right, it's on. Wait till we get to the tier. Bang. So now I'm in the thing. He's steady talking crap, right? So I'm sitting down. I'm waiting for them to call me for the visit. Every now and then people walk past. He like, you pussy. Like he a bully. He the type that's in jail that's, yeah, you a punk. Bring him in here. Bring him in here. Right? I'm like, I hate bullies. Right? So I'm like, all right. So then he says, so every now and then he be like, you still over there, him still? I'm like, oh, this nigga think it's, pardon my language, I'm like, this nigga think it's a game, right? I'm like, oh, he lucky I don't got a knife. He lucky I don't got an ox. I will slice him up. I will literally slice him up, right? So I'm like, this dude, this nigga think it's the game, right? So he's making me madder and madder, trying to taunt me. Yeah, Hempstead, Mr. Hempstead, you. I'm like, all right. Mm-hmm. Oh, you gonna get it, bro. If one-on-one, I don't care. Y'all, they can kick and punch me all they want, but I'm gonna get you. Facts. So now, whatever. They call me. My name. I go to the visit. I go out on the dance floor. I'm in the main building. I go out and I go down. It's my first time. I think this is my first time literally being in jail, making it into Nassau County Jail. So I don't even know how it goes, right? So the seal, like you walk, I'm like, okay, he's like, go down there, you walk down, and I see my sister. I'm like, what in the world is she doing here? So I walk down, I'm like, what are you doing here? So she telling me, you know, I found you. I was looking for you. Somebody said you got locked up. You was in jail. So I came right over. I'm like, dang, bro, I just got here. So then she's trying to tell me, like, you know, I know where our mom at, my birth mom. And we got brothers and sisters, and I met my cousins, and we live in the Bronx, and, you know, Bed-Stuy and all this stuff. And she want me to meet, and I don't have forgiveness in my heart. At this point, I haven't healed from my mother abandoning me. My mama, she bailed. My father left when I was a baby. I turned God body when I was 12. That's what saved me. That's my song, Ghetto Life. That's what I said I was going to play it at the beginning. Everything I tell y'all is real story. So I ain't have a mother. So I was still, you know, she dead. I don't got no mother. I didn't have the forgiveness yet. My sister, because she's a woman, she wants the family. She wants to know her mother. She wants that love. Me, I died to it already. So I'm like, no. I'm like, I'm not mean. I don't got no mother. I ain't mean. She's like, no, we gotta. But where she got me at, she said, you got little brothers. You got little sisters. You got aunties, uncle. And I'm like, ooh. And she said, she knew she had that, but I was still scarred. So I was like, I ain't going. She's like, I'm going to come back to see you. She said, I'm coming back. She said, how much, you know, what's going on? I said, I don't know. I got to go back to court. I don't know what they doing. They trying to keep me. She said, well, I'm going to come visit you. And she was like, you got brothers. You know, a little old, younger than you and stuff. And sisters, Sister Crystal, your brother Sean, the brother Keith. You know, I'm like, what? You got uncles and all this. I found out who our grandfather is. He was a rabbi, all this stuff. I'm like, what? So that piqued my interest. So then whatever, but I'm not going. So she like, whatever. She knew it piqued my interest. Later, she told me, I knew right then, all I had to do was keep working on you and I'll get you. So now they finished the visit, right? Now when they walked me, okay, so when they took me out, they called me to go to the visit. I had to go past his cell to go to the floor. So when I went to go past his cell, he said, because he heard them say my government name. So he yelled my government name. And I looked. He said, yeah, I'll see you when you get back, Ussy or whatever. I said, you little agate. You know, we used to say that word, agate, with an F. No disrespect. It had nothing to do with being gay. It's just a word that we would say in the 80s and 90s, right? I'm like, I hated this dude, right? I'm like, you a bully. I'm like, he like, those shoes is mine. They gonna look good on my feet. I'm like, man, I'm like, these shoes can't even fit you, dude. This dude look like he wears size 13. I'm wearing at that time about a 10 or 11, about a 10. He wearing like I felt like these shoes don't even fit you, clown. I'm like, yeah, but they yours. You gonna get it in blood. That's why I kept saying, you gonna get it. You gonna get it in blood. So then I walk past him and I go on a visit. So now, when I come back, when they finish the visit and I start walking, now I got to go back past him again. So now I'm upset again, right? So I'm like, oh, here go this clown, right? So I know he's going to be standing on the cage, right? Because that's what he's doing, and try to taunt me and disrespect me, right? And he has no idea he's going to get what he asking for, right? Facts. He going to get one. He definitely getting what he asked for, right? I don't care how bad they jump me on that tier. He going to get it. You heard? So I started walking, they walking me back towards the gate, and then I could see the gate. And then there is somebody walking, there's a CEO walking somebody this way, and the person is in shackles, like hands and feet shackled, right? Like the Green Mile, right? The bad boy. The dudes in jail who in shackles, they the killers. Those the ones those are danger. They done did stuff in there, right? So the dude is in shackles and he looked like the Green Mile. He a big giant of a dude and he in shackles and two guards is walking him. And so I'm walking and I'm fixed on, so I seen him coming up and I'm fixed on this dude. So the guard is talking to me, right? So the guard is like, yeah, that guy, he keeps taunting you, huh? I said, yeah. I said, I guess I'm on his tier, right? So I'm talking to the dude. So as I'm talking to the dude, the dude with the shackles they're walking him up. So they're walking me up. So as they're walking me up, I'm talking to the guard, and then I just hear, is that Rashawn? And I look, and the big dude in the shackles is Rambo. You heard? So I'm like, now I ain't seen him in a while. So the big dude in the shackles, hold on, let me put my brother's picture on the screen, is Big Bo. So I'm like, so I look up, and he is bigger than he looked like the Green Mile dude. He got this orange uniform on. His chest is out here. His arms is like this. He is like 6'7", looking like he's 350 pounds now. He been in jail because he eating, and he got these shackles, and he like, is that Rashawn? And I looked, and I said, first thing was like, damn. I said, Bo? Because he looked so big. I said, Bo? He said, yeah. He said, oh, you don't know me because your brother big now. I said, damn, Bo, what you eating? What you eating, gorillas? Right? He laughed and stuff, right? So the CEO like, oh, you know Rambo? I'm like, so then, now guys, listen. So they're walking Rambo towards me, and they walking me. So I guess he's coming out of his cell to go on his visit, and they're walking me, right, out to go past or something like that. I don't know what it was, right? But I'm going this way, and he going this way. So he like, yo, right? So he laughed, right? So he like, what you doing in here? So I'm like, man, Bo, I said, they got me for for no license, and they found this big knife in my car. And I said, and he said, oh, that ain't nothing, right? Because, Bo would do time in prison. So Bo is famous in the New York State prison system too. He did a lot of time. So a lot of people in New York and through the world, they know Big Rambo. If you've been in upstate prison systems, you ain't want to run into this Rambo, right? This the Rambo from Roosevelt Strong Island. Big Rambo. This the big Bo, right? So Bo done been doing time by then. He done been he said, oh, that ain't nothing, right? Because he in there at that time for something big, right? So so I was like, yo, Bo. And I said, look what I got on. And he looked down at my shoes and he started laughing. Right? I said, Bo, look what I got on. And he laughed and he said, you crazy, Rob. I said, Bo, they caught me. I ain't got no sneaker. I got some shoes. I said, these the fly shoes, the new shoes that they wear. I said, Bo, I done went to jail with shoes on. And he like, right? I made him laugh, right? Because I can be funny, right? Y'all can tell from my personality, right? I'm a jokester. I always, right? My personality. So he laughed, right? He said, right? So then I'm like, so I'm still walking up. So he stopped. So they walked him, but he stopped. But I'm still walking up the thing. So I'm talking as we walk. And Cecilia, like, you know him? So I'm walking up to him as I'm talking, right? So he like, right? So he like, right, you crazy. I said, yeah. So I said, Bo, I said, and some fool already trying to play me for my shoes, Bo. He said, what are you talking about? I said, some fool talking about he gonna take my shoes. So he said, who? Who gonna take? I said, I don't know, I think he's from Roosevelt. Some of your thugs from Roosevelt. He said, ain't nobody from Roosevelt talking to my brother. I said, yeah, Bo, somebody from Roosevelt, some dude, he in the cage. And then I looked, and Bo was standing in front of the cage where the dude was. So now the dude has stopped, the CO has stopped me from walking. And I realized, I said, Bo, I said, he in the cage that you in front of. And Bo turned, he said, who? He said, who? I said, oh. I said, oh, he in there. He dark skinned, kind of diesel. He from Roosevelt, Bo. I said, I'm on his tier. He told me he gonna take my shit. I'm about to fight them all on the tier, Bo. They about to jump me, but I'm about to put it in. He said, oh, ain't nobody jumping my brother. Who? And I was like, yeah. I said, hey, yo, speak up, dude, Roosevelt. Speak up now. And it was quiet, right? So Bo was like, yo, I don't know who in here. Ain't nobody touching my brother. And the CO's was like, Mr. His last name. I don't want to say my brother's last name. He's like, come on. And they started walking him. And Bo was like, I ain't anybody touch my brother. And then they walked him. And when they walked him, they walked me. He's like, yo, I'm up on a B, such and such. I said, I don't even know where I'm at. A, I'm new to it. I'm like, I don't know. He said, I'm going to put a kite. He said, I'm going to put a word in that nobody touched my brother. I said, I'm on Roosevelt tier. I said, I said, well, it's going to be too late, Bo. Because when I get up there, I'm fighting this dude. He said, I'm about to send the word when I get back to the main. I said, it's going to be too late. I'm about to squabble this dude. I am not having it. So then he walked past. He's like, all right, try to get to my thing, to my side. I don't know what that is, Bo. I don't know how to work this. It's your world. He laughed. I'm like, bro, I don't know how to work this jail thing and try to get to my tier. I don't know how this works. This is my first time in here. I don't know nothing about this. He laughed. I'm like, I love you, Bo. He's like, I love you. And they walk him in his chains, right? So now they walk me, and now we get to the cell where the dude is, right? So that cell was in the middle, and I think they stop you, then they wait until another group come, and then they walk you down. because they always stopped everybody in front of his cell. So now they walk and they stop me in front of the cell. So now they stop me in front of the cell, and the CO's talking to me, right? So he's like, oh, he said, so you know Rambo. He seemed like, I said, yeah, that's my people. He said, oh, you're gonna be all right in this jail. I said, I'm gonna be all right anyway, right? Because now, of course, my boy Bo, I'm not, no disrespect to my boy Bo, but I'm like, I'm gonna be all right anyway. Facts. I don't know. Somebody must have told. I swear, I wish I was 6'5", 400 pounds, right? 300 pounds. That's why I wished I was big so much. I'm gonna be all right anyway. Y'all done lost your mind. I'm official. Facts. I'm fighting and stabbing everything that move and breathe. I'm establish my name, and I did. Facts. Establish my name. You know what I mean? Facts. My own self. You know what I mean? But shout out to my people who hold me down, like Big Bo. But I'm establish my name by myself. That's why I told Bo, it's going to be too late. By the time you send that name, I'm popping off on this dude. Soon as we get back to the tier, I'm popping off on him. And they're going to jump me, and then I know they're going to pack me up and take me somewhere else, but I am popping off on this dude. Ain't nobody stopped me popping off on this dude. So now they stop me. So the CO is talking this. Then all of a sudden, I remember the dude. So I turn around, and I look, and he's standing on the back of the thing. It's a bench. He's standing on the back of the wall with his foot up on the bench. His foot is standing on the bench, and his back is against the wall like this. So I turn around. Now I ain't quiet. So I turn around, and he go, yo, bro, you know Rambo? Guys. Bo. Bo. When Bo watched this, come on, Bo. You know you don't even play all that. Be tough all the time, or don't be tough. You know what I mean? That nothing I hate worse. Not hate, and nothing I dislike worse than a sometimer. Be on it or be off it. One of the two. No gray area, lukewarm. You know, Bo. I looked at this dude. I said, what? Yo, I ain't know you knew Bo, yo. I ain't know you knew Bo. I said, nah, nigga. Pardon my language. Nah, nigga. Nah. It's going down, bro. No, bro. Yeah, that's the word. Keep that same energy. Nah, bro. I ain't know you knew Bo. That's my people. Bo, I'm for road. Nah. Remember, these yours, right? These yours. Nah. When we get back to the tier, I'm setting it. Nah, bro. I can't do nothing. My people with bro. With Bo, my people, bro. You scammed. I don't need nobody. Nah, you scared. What kind of punk? I don't like that. I really don't like that. If you're going to be tough, then be tough. Now all of a sudden, you so scared. Now Rambo say what's up to him. Now you know I know Rambo. Now you scared. So what if Rambo wanted to set it on you? What would you do? What you gonna do? Pull your little pants down or something and cry like a little girl? I'm sorry, Rambo. The reason why I said pull your pants down because girls pull their pants down to pee. That's what I mean. I ain't talking about no gay stuff. That's what I mean. You're a little girl. But you going, I'm like, I don't play. So what if Bo wanted to set it on you? What you gonna do? Be a man. Especially you're gonna be a bully, bro. So that means you just want to bully people weaker than you. I tried to tell him a bunch of times, you need to be careful who you don't know. Always be careful who you talking to. Take your time and observe first. Plenty of people are dead in jail, got killed in jail because they were running their mouth and they messed with somebody and they didn't know who they were messing with. That was somebody's boy or cousin, somebody because you don't know them. Now, I tried to tell this fool over and over again. I'm from Hempstead, bro. You need to slow down. You talking all this stuff. You don't know who I am. I wasn't thinking, oh, Rambo. I didn't know I was gonna meet Bo. I was just talking about who I am, and I'm from Hempstead, and I'm official, and I'm gonna put it down. And if you mess around and go to the wrong place in this jail, and my people there, it's gonna be on and popping. And I'm gonna get you myself when we get home. If I can't beat you in here because I'm on your tier in Roosevelt, y'all jump me, I'm gonna find you when we get home. I'm gonna try to find you at least. I didn't know I was gonna meet. I didn't know Bo was in the down there. He won't got the same energy, Abayan. He like, nah, man, it's squash, bro. It's squash. Those shoes, I was just saying those shoes is fly, bro. You know how jail is. Nah, I don't want to hear none of that. Nope, nope, nope. None of it. Nope. When we get back to the tier, I'm popping off. That's it. When we get back to the tier, I'm popping off. You're going to have to jump me or whatever. It is what it is. That's it. On site, soon as we get back. So CO like, all right, come on. So they take me, they put me in the cell next to him. He's steady trying to cop a plea. They call his name, the guy on the visit, he's like, yo, Hempstead. My bad, Hempstead, it's all good. You know, I'm like, no, no, no. Facts. I don't care what he say. No, no, you ain't getting that. Because I mean, you didn't beat up, you didn't bully people. No, you're going to have to beat me up and y'all going to have to jump me because it's no. Then we finish. My visit was done early. He was already out. They strip searched me again. They take me back now. They taking me back to the jail. When I get back to the main building, I get back to the cells for they to take me. They stop me at the guard gate. The dude like, bring him here. So they bring me over there. They're like, what's wrong? They're like, all right, come in. So they give me his card. They take my yellow card. They're like, he's moved. We're moving him. And I'm like, what? They're like, he had a problem over in the visiting room. So the CO sent, I guess the dude sent the word to pack him up from that tier because he know that a fight is going to happen. So I didn't get to even go back to the tier, more or less for him to come back to the tier. So I'm like, come on, man. You're like, nah, it's already written on the thing. It's on your card. They pack you up. They send you to be such and such and such somewhere else in the main jail. And I'm like, pfft. So they packed me up. That was it. They didn't even let me go in the tier. They went and got my stuff, all that. And then they moved me. I never seen this guy again, the dark-skinned dude from Roosevelt. I didn't see Bo again until later. That's why I rewinded in the story. So later, I just rewinded to tell this story. Later, I seen Bo plenty times out in the world, and he was just big Rambo. He would come into the gym with Big D. He like, yo, what up, wow? And he was just Big Bo. The dark street legend of Rambo, my heart. I know a lot of people love Bo. If you on his good side, you good. If you're on his bad side, you got a serious problem on your hands. Straight official. If that's really Rambo who wrote me back in the messenger, who runs that page, I could see he changed a lot in his continence. Even when he wrote me back, he said, it's me, Ra. He said, blessings and love and thank you for, and I'm like, wow, Bo this is a bigger, softer Bo. This is a bigger, softer Bo. I like the bigger, softer Bo. But of course, as we age and we become adults, we gotta, not soften, but, become more mature. You know what I mean? Yeah. So he got his son, I see from his page, he got his son and all that. And I could see from his responses, I'm like, I like this Bo. This Bo is much kinder and gentler. This is a kinder and gentler Big Bo. But I could see everybody in the comments, like the legend, Big Bo, and my big brother. And yeah, shout out to Big Bo. I love you, Bo. I'm glad that you out there and still still alive, and salute to your family and your children. And I know you probably out there helping people. I just wanted to show you my love, bro, and say I love you always, big bro. And thank you for always being willing to hold me down and never fronting on me and never being two-faced or none of that. Always kept it 110. Shout out to Norm T. Shout out to Norm T out there for Hempstead Crown Heights and wooing them. Norm T used to have one tooth, guys. Shout out to Norm T. Salute. Parkside legend. Norm T from Parkside, y'all. Y'all just don't know that. Yeah, he from the Heights too, but he from Parkside too. This is the story, guys, of Big Rambo. He went through all type of prison jails. I heard when I was in jail, I heard the stories of Rambo up in New York State prison, knocking dudes out and just a terror, just official. But I want to tell y'all this, I've never seen Rambo be a bully. He wasn't a bully. He was just really official. He give respect where respect is given, and he just played no game. Very short fuse. Zero tolerance for BS, and was just raw and official. I can only respect that, right? I've never seen him be a bully. Never seen him want to bully anyone. But if, like someone said tonight, if you had his heart, you had him. And apparently I must have had his heart. Shout out to my big brother Rambo. Shout out to Norm T. Another one down. Uncle Yahshua, 25 to Life Testimony TV. This was the story of my big brother Rambo. Moral. The moral. 1, be very careful who you mess with. Always think before you react. Observe your surroundings. Don't just react. Another, don't be a bully. Our job is to help one another, protect one another, not to prey on one another. All right? Be very careful, those who are in jail, in some type of neighborhood, talking about a girl or talking about a dude that you don't know who you're talking about. That could be somebody's family member. And you could be signing your own death certificate. I seen that in jail. With people talking about somebody. Yeah, I smashed her. I did this. And you don't know that's this dude's girl or this dude's sister or this dude's ex or baby mama. And you running your mouth. Or you trying to see this dude come in the dorm or in the tier in jail. And you're like, yo, I'm going to take your sneakers. Yo, he fool. I'm going to do this. But you don't know that's somebody's cousin. Right? That could be Rambo's little cousin. He ain't official, or that could be his son. He ain't had that life. Rambo might have protected him where he didn't have to be the goon, the super goon. But here you are trying to prey on what you think is weak or innocent, but you don't know. First of all, you shouldn't be preying on nobody. But if you're going to be that type of spirit, then do it wisely. Don't be stupid in any things you do. As you know, the world's dumbest criminals and stuff. That's why they got a whole show called that. I don't like bullies. Don't be preying on nobody. But anybody, no matter what scenario, do the knowledge for your environment that you at. Always observe. You shouldn't be preying on nobody. Speak. Listen twice as much as you speak. If you end up, for these young people and people in the world, if you end up going to jail, be quiet more than you talk. Don't be loud. Don't be braggadocious. Quiet. Silent, but deadly. Silent. You understand? Nobody fears the loudmouth. It's the one that's really quiet, the one that you better watch out for. These are tools, because this is a real life channel. This ain't my ministry. So some of these people watching, they still in the world. So somebody could go to jail tomorrow and go to prison. And I'm just giving them advice. If you go into these environments, be quiet. Be mysterious. Be observant. Watch everything and everybody, and don't befriend nobody. Meaning, because someone say, here, you want this milk? Or here, you want this? No, I'm sorry. Thank you, but no thanks. I'm good. Don't receive nothing from nobody until you get yourself established in that facility, jail, prison, or wherever you're at. Do not accept it until you get yourself established and learn who is who and what's that what. You be leery for everybody. Unless you knew them from back home from the streets and you knew, and even then be very careful. Because you can go into a prison or a jail and you knew somebody, your boy that you knew, you went to high school with him, but you don't know in this prison that you just went to, he got a lot of enemies. He's a snake and he done stabbed a lot of people. And you come into the jail and you thinking like, oh, that's my boy from high school. I know somebody, and you befriending them and you just made enemies with half the jail. So some of the people are out to kill him and now they just marked you down as an ally to him. So I'm not saying shun your people that you know, but when you first get into an institution or a jail or a prison, you say, yo, what's up? But you don't make it seem like you're on his side. Unless you know that the person is really official, meaning not just because you knew him, he from Hempstead, you from Hempstead, he from Queens, you from Queens, you went to PS 136 with him. You don't know if he's a foul individual. Like me, if I went to a jail and I seen Bo, oh, it's on and popping. I'm aligning with Bo no matter what he into because that's my people. It ain't nothing like I just know him from. That's what I'm saying. If you know, like if I go to jail and I see Game 7, I see Unique, all right? Or if I seen Corey, if I seen people, I know them. I'm not going to act like I don't know them. I need to find out what's on because I know when some people are foul individuals or not. So if you really don't know what time this person on, he could be a foul individual. You get yourself caught up in someone's life and death situation. Maya said, be swift to hear, slow to speak, and slow to wrath. Bible, scripture, swift to hear, listen, slow to speak, and slow to wrath. Don't react off emotion. Observe your surroundings. I'm giving you those tools for those who are still in the world and might find yourself in this situation. But this situation involves in the street as well. Some people still live in the projects and ghettos. You got young crazy boys out there and stuff. Observe your surroundings. I love you all. Thank you all for joining me for this story to my big brother Rambo and my little brother Norm T. Hempstead and Roosevelt, street legends from our darkness. That's why it's dark street legends. We were in darkness back then. All right, I love y'all all. Y'all know the motto of this channel is keep it functional. All right. Thank you for the whole ministry who was here joining me. Thank you for everybody on Facebook that helped me, Mike Garcia, and everybody that joined in to help me tell the story and fill in some of the things. Y'all know we keep it real, and everybody keep it real on this channel.
Bussy, you know what it is.
Bust it. You know what it is. Bust the darkness. Keep it real. I love y'all all. Another one down. I see most of y'all tomorrow on the ministry, Mashiach Assembly, House of Yah Ministries, and Uncle Yahshua. I'll be on Facebook. We got a strong one coming tomorrow. All right? We out of here. All right. I love y'all all. Where's my outro? Right here. All right. I see y'all on the next one. Tomorrow in the next 25 to life. We out.
This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to tuck that choochie. All the time on the grind, getting that doochie. This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dark side, strong, the wrong, I think I'm supposed to burn.